We want to thank everybody for coming out to the 2025 Centreville Truck and Tractor Power Pole, and we're sure ready to put on a great show for you here this evening. We're going to kick things off with some stock tractors over on track one. Tadek Jobin sitting on the line. That's your 5,000-pound stock tractor class. Who's on track two? Ryan Blanchard sitting over on track two. Going to be your first puller in the 8,000-pound stock tractor class. These are both test pullers. Tadek Jobin, he's the very first puller in this class. And that was the first hook over on track one. We'll wait and see if Tadek takes that hook. Now, as the very first puller in the class, the very first puller has the option to drop the hook, or the drag could reset, and then the second puller in that class turns into the first puller. And they'll have the exact same options until we get rolling. $234 feet even was that first hook from Tadek Jobin. We'll wait and see if he's going to take that. A lot of these stock tractor guys, as the first puller, will drop their hook and come back and pull again, but we'll just wait and see what Tadek's going to do. So Tadek is going to take that pull, 234 feet. That hook from Ryan Blanchard out of Centreville, Prince Edward Island, was 186.05 feet. That tractor you see pulling off the track now is a 1969 1650 cockshot. Over there on track one, pulling onto the track, Georgia Vittor out of Woodstock, New Brunswick. This is a 1952 Oliver Super 77, sponsored by H&3 Trucking. This machine's called Grampy's Ollie. Distance to beat right now is 234 feet, set by Tadek Job. And Ryan Blanchard, set your current distance to beat over on track 2, 186.05 feet. Now over on track 2, I want to remind you guys, the top 5 in your class needs to stay in position over by the dyno. I believe they've sectioned off an area for the top 5 in the class to go and dyno immediately after the class, and I'm going to try to keep you updated on who those are as we get through the class. Georgia Vador with Grampy Zolly. Distance to beat for Georgia was 234 feet, set by Tadek Jobin. So we'll wait and see what the results of that are. There are only 4 tractors in that 5,000-pound stock tractor class. .193.06 feet, that hook for Georgia Vador. Not quite good enough to take the lead from Tadek Jobin. Tadek Jobin still your leader. Sitting over on the starting line on track 2, Wayne Townshend from Fortune Bridge, Prince Edward Island. This is a 1959 560 Farmall. And just a notice to everybody, over on track 2, we are going to be And that was Logan Gaddis out of Woodstock, New Brunswick. And just a notice to our 8,000-pound stock tractor pullers, we are going to be re-pulling that glass. So we had two hooks, Ryan Blanchard and Wayne Townshend. We are going to be re-hooking. Just trying to sort out some technical difficulties. We've always got a few of those early on. And that was Laura Graham on the 1959 Oliver 770 called Now or Never, owned by Ivan Graham and sponsored by S.W. Graham Manufacturing, SM Repair, and Andy McConnell. 220.10 feet. I do believe that is the official completion of the 5,000-pound stock tractor class. First place, unofficially of course, goes to Tadek Jobin. Second place goes to Logan Gaddis, 226.07 feet. Third place to Laura Graham, 220.10 feet. And fourth place goes to Georgia Vautour, 193.06 feet. Can we please also get our 6,000-pound stock tractors and our 6,200-pound two-wheel drive super stock trucks ready to go over on track one? And immediately after them, our 1,200-pound modified garden tractors. Please make sure you're across the scales and ready to hook. And a note to pullers. So all pullers, listen up. If you don't already have a white tag placed by Scott Seeley on your vehicle. Once you've pulled, go directly over to the dyno. For the stock tractor guys, you guys have all got to go there anyway. But if you don't already have a white tag, your machine needs to be checked every weekend. Scott Seeley is going to be doing that over by the dyno. That is not just for stock tractors, that's for everybody. If you don't already have that white tag on your vehicle, everybody needs to go to the dyno once you're done hooking. And look for Scott Seeley. On the track now, over on track 2, is Wayne Townsend, again from Fortune Bridge, Prince Edward Island. And it looks like they're just going to reset that drag again. Brand new class over on track 1. This is the 7,000-pound Outlaw tractor class. On the line now, Peter Dickinson from Jacksonville, New Brunswick. And just as I've got 2 notes for the pullers, one very important one. Our 1,200-pound modified garden tractors, we are going to be moving you up ahead of the 6,000-pound stock tractors over on track 1. And that is just because we've got guys pulling in the 8,000-pound stock right now that are not going to have nearly enough time to get over and get weighted correctly for the 6,000 pound stock here in just a minute. So our 1,200 pound modified garden tractors, you guys are going to be on the line in place of the 6,000 pound stock. So please spread the word amongst yourselves very quickly. Can we please get the 14.5 Too Hot to Farm tractors over to the starting line on track 2? That's Rodney Everett, Mark Culberson, and Sean Hamilton. Please make sure you're ready to go over on track 2. Over on track 1, we just seen Glenn McQuarrie. That's a brand new 7,000 pound outlaw called Whiskey Business. 1550 cockshot, sponsored by Blanchard Automotive and Glenn's Repair. And if you're watching right now to what's going on over on track 2, that is still the first puller in the class. Wayne Townsend, test puller, is the job that he's taken on. And we're just trying to make sure the sled is weighted correctly for these 8,000 pound stock tractors. Attention to Ryan Blanchard. You are going to be expected to pull again in the 8,000 pound stock tractor class. We did reset the drag for your class. That's Ryan Blanchard. Can we please get the 6,200-pound two-wheel drive super stock trucks to the starting line on track 1, please? That's the 6,200-pound two-wheel drive super stock trucks. You're on the line over on track 1. All right, now we're starting to cook with peanut oil here. Track 2, I believe we finally got the drag set. That was Wayne Townsend from Fortune Bridge, Prince Edward Island, with a distance of 247.07 feet. Second tractor on the line over here on track 2 is going to be driven by Dane White from right here in Centreville, New Brunswick. This is a Cockshot 570 Super owned by Kevin Taylor. Woo! Distance to beat right now, 247.07 feet, set by Wayne Townsend. As you can see over on track 1, our two-wheel drive super stock trucks are coming out to play. Just a notice to the pullers as well, we are looking for you right now for the registration for the evening classes. Come on into the grandstand and make your way down to the middle of the horseshoe, go through the glass doors, and get registered for the evening classes. The ladies are looking to shut that down at about 4 o'clock, so we want to make sure we've got everybody registered this evening. And as you can see, pulling off the very end of the track with that 570 Cockshot is your new class leader, Dane White from right here in Centreville. 248.08 feet. Next on the line in the 8,000-pound stock tractor class is going to be Grady Kingsbury from Mars Hill, Maine. This is a 450 Farmall. Distance to beat right now is 248.08 feet, set by Dane White. And I want to remind you 8,000-pound stock tractor pullers that the top 5, we're going to try to keep a running top 5. You all need to go and sit and stay by the dyno. We can't let you go until we've got our top 5 dynoed. And it looks like Grady Kingsbury had just a little bit of a technical issue there. We're going to move on to Andy Martin out of Woodstock, New Brunswick. No, out of Jacksonville, New Brunswick. My apologies. This is a 450 Farmall called Whistle and Dixie. Distance to beat right now is 248.08 feet, set by Dane White. But these Martin boys, I'm telling you, they know how to get the job done. $246.04 feet, that hook for Andy Martin. Not quite good enough to get past Dane White or Wayne Townsend. Just a notice to pullers as well, next class on the line is going to be the 6,200-pound two-wheel drive super stock trucks, followed by the 1,200-pound modified garden tractors. the line now in the 8,000-pound stock tractor class is Gavin White from Somerville, New Brunswick. This is another 570 cockshot owned by Seven Taylor. This one's gas. He's going to be trying to get past his dad, dear old Dane White. 248.08 feet is the distance to beat right now. Looks like he's got a good hook going. Gavin White. Right up until the Iron Man dropped anchor. $247.05 feet. That hook for Gavin White. Just 1 foot behind dear old dad. Dane White still your class leader. Glenn McQuarrie is the puller on track now. This is a 1967 1650 cockshot. And as you can see over on track 1, we're getting geared up. We've got 3 two-wheel drive super stock trucks. And just want to say to you guys pulling, thanks for coming out in a hurry. We just realized that we had a little bit of a bump in the schedule. We just had to get that sorted out. $247 feet exactly, that hook for Glenn McQuarrie. Next on the line in the 8,000-pound. Oh, we do need a tow tractor over here on track 1. Need a tow on track 1. Sorry about that, boys. Can we please also get Rodney Burpee to the track, please? That's Rodney Burpee to the track. And that's Landon Hogg from Wilmot Valley, Prince Edward Island, on the track now. That's an 1800 cockshot owned by Adam Hogg and sponsored by Klondike Farms. Distance to beat is 248.08 feet, set by Dane White. Getting towed off the track over on track 1 was Connor Harvey. He's out of Brooklyn, Nova Scotia. That's a 1985 Ford Ranger called Outlaw. Unfortunately, not able to make a hook here on Friday afternoon in Centreville. But we sure hope he gets that thing fixed up and he gets it out here for tomorrow afternoon's portion of the truck and tractor pull. Next truck on the line is going to be driven by Dylan Baird from Audburn, Prince Edward Island. This is a 1939 Fargo called the Fly-In Fargo. So Dylan Baird is going to make a little bit of noise here for us. We were just waiting on a distance there for Dylan Baird. 272.06 feet, that hook for Dylan Baird over on track 1. $190.02 feet, that hook for Andrew Tweedy over on track 2. So right now, I'll just give you a little bit of an update for the 8,000 pound stock tractors. And don't forget, 8,000 pound, any of these stock classes, the top 5 needs to stay at the dyno until the completion of the class. Right now, those drivers are first place Landon Hogg, 248.09 feet. Second place Dane White, 248.08 feet. Third place Wayne Townsend, 247.07 feet. Fourth place Gavin White, 247.05 feet. And fifth place Glenn McQuarrie, 247 feet even. Next on the line in your 8,000 pound stock class is going to be Lee Flowers from Burt's Corner, New Brunswick. This is a 1969 Oliver 1750 called Poor Investment. And next on the line over on track 1 in the 6,200 pound super stock truck class is Stephen Baird, my apologies, from Mount Hubert, Prince Edward Island. This is a 1973 Dodge Ram called the Flying Fink. This truck is sponsored by Arsenault Cylinder Heads and Move All Structures. Lee Flowers trying to track down a potential win here in this 8,000 pound stock tractor class, and it looks like he's doing good. He got snubbed right about the same spot as everybody else there. Distance to beat was 248.09 feet, set by Landon Hogg. As he's got the chain pulled tight over on track 1, we'll turn focus over to Stephen Baird with the Flying Fink. A good hook for Stephen Baird. Over on track 2, 247.11 feet, that hook for Lee Flowers. Can we please get Gage McBride over to track 1, please? Gage McBride, please make your way on over to track 1. Next puller on the line in the 8,000 pound stock tractor class is going to be Brighton Kingsbury from Bridgewater, Maine. This is a 1958 770 Oliver. And I'm starting to think maybe these guys, because him and his brother both weren't able to pull, and I'm starting to think the reason why is probably because their machines aren't set up to take the hook on the Ironman. Yeah, the hook won't go in. Now what's going on there? Over in Maine, they have the Blue Ox, and that has just a little bit of a smaller hook on it. And these Ironman sleds, they have massive hooks. You can see these guys, as they drop the hook in that is just a massive hook on that Ironman sled. And these guys that are coming over to visit from Maine just don't have a big enough hitch to put that hook down through. The holes in the drawbar just aren't quite big enough. Pulling now in the 8,000 pound stock class is Danny Smith from Jacksonville, New Brunswick. Just a second. That was Danny Smith from Jacksonville, New Brunswick, behind the wheel of Matt Buster's tractor, sponsored by M&A Automotive, called the Swing and Hammer. Next on the line, that distance, 276.02 feet, that was for track 1. On the line over here on track 2 now. We are behind a distance right at the moment, but on the track is Dan Taylor. $249.05 feet. That was the hook before Dan Taylor by Danny Smith. Now, I'm sure Dan Taylor's got a few tricks up his sleeve. As you can see, he's got a few fans there watching him, see what he's doing. Oh! Man, when that Ironman sled drops the hammer, that really snubs him up. 249.05 feet was the distance to beat. 248.09 feet is the distance that he pulled out of it, Dan Taylor. So we do have the results for the 6,200-pound two-wheel drive Superstock truck class, and that would be in first place Stephen Baird, 276.02 feet, and in second place Dylan Baird, 272.06 feet. Next class on the line over on track one is going to be a fun one to watch. The 1,200-pound modified garden tractors. They're going to spin them wheels real fast, make a whole lot of noise, and really bring things to life here at the Centreville Truck and Tractor Power Pole. So that was Rochelle Smith. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, not able to make a hook there. Ben Everett out of Jacksonville, New Brunswick is going to be your next puller. This is a 450 Farmall. Can we also please get our 10,000-pound stock tractors over to track 2, please? $246.05 feet, that hook for Ben Everett. Really quick here, I'll try to update you on the top 5 for your 8,000-pound stock tractor class. In first place right now is Danny Smith. In second place right now is Landon Hogg. And Dan Taylor is tied with Landon Hogg. In third place, Dane White. In fourth place, Lee Flowers. And in fifth place, Wayne Townsend. Now you guys cannot leave the dyno area until the completion of this class. If your name was not listed and you've already pulled, you can go back to your trailer.
These are your winners for 5,000. What is this?
Next tractor on the line is going to be driven by Mason Carpenter from Belleville, New Brunswick. This is a 270 white, sponsored by Carpenter Farms, Carpenter Logging, and Covey Basics. $248.09 feet, that hook for Mason Carpenter. We do have the official results for the 5,000-pound stock tractor class. In first place, Tadek Jobin, 234 feet. In second place, Logan Gaddis, 226.07 feet. In third place, Laura Graham, 220.10 feet. And in fourth place, Georgia Vittor, 193.06 feet. Those results are official after the dyno, and you can come pick up your checks anytime. Right now, right here at the registration stand.
What do we do? We have a tie.
Speaking of Tadek Jobin, he's on the line right now over on track 2. 240.07 feet. That hook for Taddick Job and Old Roscoe. 10,000 pound stock tractors. Can we please get you guys over on track 2? That's our 10,000 pound stock tractors. Please come on up and get lined up and get ready to rock. Well, maybe I'll go down and get them.
Why don't you use the sheet?
Just, all right, we're just trying to find a system that works here. Give me 2 shakes. That first puller over on the modified garden tractor side was Dallas Hughes, 245.17 feet. Next tractor on the line is going to be driven by Jamie Kugel. We're just running into a couple issues here, but we're getting all the distances and whatnot, and I'm going to get you updated just as soon as we got it all sorted out here. So you just give me 2 shakes, and we'll get you the information you're looking for. So on the track right there, that was Brighton Kingsbury from just across the border in Mars Hill, Maine. And that was, I believe, the last puller in the 8,000-pound stock tractor class. All right, so I'm just going to try to get everybody updated here on the 1,200-pound modified garden tractors. In first place right now is Heather Barkhouse, 331.60 feet. In second place, Jamie Kugel, 303.25 feet. In third place, Nick Wilson or Mike Hansen, whoever was driving, 298.75 feet. And in fourth place right now, Dallas Hughes, 245.17 feet. the unofficial results for the... Okay, my apologies. I need these people to go to the dyno. Dan Taylor, Danny Smith, Landon Hogg, Mason Carpenter, Dane White, Lee Flowers, and Wayne Townsend. We have one and only one mini modified here with us this afternoon, and it's on the track now, piloted by Devin Whitehead from Newport Station. Notice to pullers, we're looking for the 10,000 pound stock class on the line next. £6,000 stock tractors, please make your way over to track 1. 10,000 pound stock tractors, please make your way over to track 2. Just having a little bit of an issue getting that Iron Boy sled started there. Might be having a mechanical issue with the tractor. But let's give him a big thank you for coming out to the Truck and Tractor Pull here in Centreville. We sure appreciate you coming out. We're going to be moving on to our 14,500-pound, two hot-to-farm tractors over here on track 2. And that was Gage McBride out of Oakville, New Brunswick. Sean Hamilton. Can you come to the line, please? Sean Hamilton, come on up. You're the third tractor we're looking for in the two hot foot to farm tractor class, and you're next on the line. You give me just a couple seconds here, and I'm going to update you on what's been going on over on track 1 with our 1,200-pound modified garden tractors. I'm going to work at that here just for a couple of minutes. Next tractor on the line in the 1,200-pound modified garden tractor class is going to be Joseph Reed from Heartland, New Brunswick. This is a 2055 white called Taz, sponsored by Two Stroke Pullers and pulling in memory of Mike Walton, Terry McNally, and Owen Reed. Right now, your leader in the 1,200-pound modified garden tractor class is Heather Barkhouse, 331.60 feet. In second place, Gage McBride, 311.62 feet. In third place, Caitlin Harvey, 310.37 feet. And in fourth place, Jamie Kugel, 303.25 feet. Sean Hamilton, you're going to be expected to be on the track here in just a second. And if you're not around, we're going to have to keep moving on. That's Sean Hamilton. Next tractor on the line in the 14,500-pound too hot to farm class is Rodney Everett out of Jacksonville, New Brunswick. This is an 1984 International sponsored by RSE Transportation. Next on the line in the 14,500-pound too hot to farm class, it's going to be Mark Alberson from Jacksonville, New Brunswick. Mark Alberson from Jacksonville, New Brunswick. Distance to beat right now is 302.01 feet.
Testing, testing. Can you all hear me? Over there at track number 1 was Stephen DeMont from Windsor, Nova Scotia, driving Black Sheep, and his pole was 249.92 feet. That's Stephen DeMont from Windsor, Nova Scotia on the Black Sheep.
312.10 feet. That's your new class leader over here on track 2. 14,500-pound too hot to farm with 1 to go, and he's coming right now.
Over here in track 1, the 1,200-pound lawnmower class, sitting in first place, Heather Barkhouse with 331 feet. Second place so far is Gabe McBride, 311 feet. In third place goes Caitlin Harvey at 310 feet. Fourth place, Jamie Kugel at 303 feet. That's a 1,200-pound lawnmower over in track 1. squirrely there on Cameron Tobin from Windsor, Nova Scotia. He's running Rum Runner. His sponsor's Park at Service Station. His pull 169.4 feet. Cameron Tobin from Windsor, Nova Scotia on the Rum Runner.
Over here on track 2, next tractor on the line is going to be driven by Sean Hamilton. This is a final notice for the 8,000-pound stock tractors. The guys that should have dynoed out are Wayne Townsend, Dane White, Landon Hogg, Lee Flowers, Danny Smith, Dan Taylor, and Mason Carpenter. You all should have gone to dyno out for our 8,000-pound stock tractor class. And just a reminder, our 10,000-pound stock tractors, we are going to be looking for you over here on track 2. So come on up. You're the next class on the line after Sean Hawksley completes his pull. Not Sean Hawksley, Sean Hamilton. That's the type of thing that'll get you a poke in the mouth around here.
While the guys are getting the track ready, we must take a minute to thank some of our sponsors. Without these sponsors, this event would not happen. Let's take a minute to thank JPS Trucking, BMR Best Home Building Supplies, Rainers Automotive, Agon Construction, Leon Banks Pool, and D Forsyth Trucking. Once again, we thank you. Over on track 1 was Scott White from Brooklyn, Nova Scotia. He was running Weed Eater, Massey 50. Sponsors for that machine is the Tool Shed. And his pull was 267.09 feet for Scott White from Brooklyn, Nova Scotia. there over on track number 1 is Danny Poole. His pull was 197.65 feet. That's Danny Poole pulling a total of 197.65 feet. Just like to take a minute to thank a few of our sponsors. Smitty's Auto Sales, Sharps Auto Salvage. Next, Atlantic Commodities, Syngenta. And McCain Foods. Over there on track 1, the action continues with Kirby Densmore from South Maitland, Nova Scotia. He's running a 2022 Fendt, and his pull was 250.35 feet. That's Kirby Densmore, 250.35 feet.
I just want to clarify what's going on over here on track 2. They're just trying to get the drag set for the 10,000 pound stock. And once they do get that drag set, it could be right now, but Glenn McQuarrie, your first puller, does have the option to come back and re-pull.
Over on track 1, Lloyd Taylor from Canuco, Prince Edward Island. He's running a 2008 Kubota B3200 called A Little Chaos. Sponsored by Quinn's Marine and Toymaster Motorsports. That's Lloyd Taylor from Canuco, Prince Edward Island. That's a solid hook for Lloyd. 278.5 feet. 278.58 feet. While they're getting the track ready, we'd like to take a second to thank some of our sponsors: Bridgefront Service Station, Carlton Agri Solutions, Wicked Good Graphics, Garnett's Welding Shop, CYV Chevrolet Buick GMC, Thomas Hyundai, Fleet Ready, and Smith Farms. We thank you.
Just want to remind pullers as well, if you have not registered for this evening events, please come over immediately and register. That's pullers who have not registered, or if you know somebody that has not registered, come on through and get registered so we can get everybody organized and get you on the track as smoothly as possible.
Over on track one on that 1,200-pound lawnmower class, standings haven't changed so far. First place is Heather Barkhouse at 331 feet. Second so far, Gage McBride, 311 feet. And third place, Caitlin Harvey, 310 feet. That's on that 1,200-pound lawnmower class on track one. That's a good hook for Robin Lauthers of Brooklyn, Nova Scotia. He's pulling Mini Mo, a 2021 Minneapolis Moline, and his pull total was 284.39 feet. Robin Lauthers from Brooklyn, Nova Scotia.
I believe we're officially going to be starting this 10,000-pound stock tractor class. First tractor on the line is going to be driven by Glenn McQuarrie from Bonshaw, Prince Edward Island. This is a 1650 cockshot. And if the sled operator and Glenn both like this hook, it will be the first official hook of the 10,000-pound stock tractor class.
Over on track 1 is Braden Green from South Metland, Nova Scotia. He is about to pull Ferguson Fury. Braden's pull, 273.33 feet. Braden Green with the Ferguson Fury.
And that's the first hook in the 10,000 pound stock tractor class was Glenn McQuarrie, 220.02 feet. We're going to be moving on with Lucas Beaulieu from Searletown, Prince Edward Island. This is a 1969 1650 cockshot called the home record. Also want to note that the results for the 14,500 pound class, in first place, Mark Culberson. Oh, sorry, 2-aught to farm class, 14.5, 2-aught to farm. Mark Culberson in first. Second place, Rodney Everett. And unfortunately, Sean Hamilton unable to hook. Your prize money is ready at the registration stand. And as you can see, Lucas Beaulieu not liking the way that hook started off. He's going to get hauled back to the starting line, and he's got one more chance to make something happen.
Over there on track 1, that was Devin Whitehead from Newport Station, running Nightmare. Good looking paint job on that Kubota. Devin's pull was 281.45 feet.
Can we please get Andrew Tweedy to your tractor, please? Andrew Tweedy, get to your tractor, please. As you can see, Lucas got a lot better hook that time around. I'm sure he'll be far more pleased with that as opposed to how the first hook was going. Distance to beat set by Glenn McQuarrie, 220.02 feet. 219.08 feet. That hook for Lucas Beaulieu behind the wheel of the home record. Andrew Tweedy, to your tractor, please. Andrew Tweedy, to your tractor.
Over on track 1, getting up to the drag, is Danielle McKenzie from Little Narrows, Nova Scotia. Her second year pulling on the 1,200 pound lawnmower class. She is pulling Troublemaker, a brand new 2024 Oliver 1000. That's Danielle McKenzie. Nice to see 22 units out here this week in the 1,200-pound class. This class is growing every year since we've been around.
Next tractor on the line over here in this 10,000-pound stock tractor class is going to be piloted by Brighton Kingsbury from Bridgewater, Maine. This is a 770 Oliver, 1958.
That was a good hook on track number 1 for Danielle McKenzie. 303.6 feet. That puts her in 5th place. That tractor sponsored by Kill Care Waste. Danielle McKenzie, 303.06 feet.
Just want to let the 7,000-pound Outlaw guys know your prize money is ready here at the registration stand. That's Peter Dickinson and Glenn McQuarrie. 7,000-pound Outlaw, prize money is ready. Distance to beat right now for Brighton Kingsbury was set by Glenn McQuarrie. 220.02 feet. We've got some really close pulling going on early here in Centreville. As Brighton waits for the wobbly wheel and scraper to clear the track, and then he's going to take the green flag. Trying to track down Glenn McQuarrie. Brighton out of Bridgewater, Maine, trying to track down an Islander.
Over there on track number 1 was Jacob Shaw from Fredericton, New Brunswick. He was in back in black, a 1992 Suzuki 1200. His pull was 237 feet. That's Jacob Shaw in the back in black.
215.02 feet, that hook for Brighton Kingsbury. Next tractor on the line is going to be Hunter Gardley. Out of Jacksonville, New Brunswick. This is a 1974 966 International.
Hooking up on track number 1 in the 1,200-pound lawnmower class is John McDonald from Union Corner, Nova Scotia. He is running a Ninja Turtle. That's John McDonald from Union Corner, Nova Scotia. John's pull, 227.37 feet. Measurement to beat on track number 1 in the 1,200-pound class is still Heather Barkhouse at 331 feet. Up to the drag on track 1 is Sam Gillis. Calvin Grove, PEI, running Red Line Addiction. 682 Cup Cadet, that's Sam Gillis. Sam is no rookie in this pulling scene. This is his 21st year pulling for Sam.
My apologies, I was sleeping over here while Hunter Gardley was taking the lead, 231.07 feet. So Hunter Gardley is your class leader for 10,000-pound stock tractors. On the line now is Lee Flowers from Burt's Corner, New Brunswick, with a 1969 1750 Oliver called For Investment.
Over on track 1, Sam's pull was 288.26 feet. That's 288.26 for Sam Gillies on Red Line Addiction.
Once again, Hunter Gardley is your current class leader, 231.07 feet.
As we wait for Dwight Horsnell on track 1 in the 1,200-pound lawnmower class, Dwight's been pulling for 40-plus years from Weston, Nova Scotia. He's pulling Blue Bayou. His distance to beat is still 331 from Heather Barkhouse. Second is still Gabe McBride with 311, and third is Caitlin Harvey with 310. Dwight's pull, 229.43 feet. So that concludes the 1,200-pound lawnmower class. So the order of the 1,200-pound class is first place, Heather Barkhouse at 331. Second place, Gage McBride at 311.62. Third place, Caitlin Harvey, 310.37. Fourth place goes to Jamie Kugel at 303.25. Fifth place goes to Danielle McKenzie, 303.06. And sixth place goes to Connor Harvey, 299.56.
Next on the line in the 10,000-pound stock tractor class, we have, for the third consecutive year, the winner of the Best Shirt Award here in Centreville, New Brunswick. Best Shirt Award winner for 3 years in a row. I haven't seen one fella or woman beat him yet. This is Matt Bustard out of Jacksonville, New Brunswick, with a 706 Farmall called the Swingin' Hammer. Distance to beat right now, set by Hunter Gardley, 231.07 feet. 227.11 feet. That hook for Matt Bustard, not quite enough to take the lead away from Hunter Gartley.
I'd like to take just a second to say thank you to some of the sponsors. All Travel, 8 and Drug, Dingy's Energy Systems, ACOT Construction, ACOT Crushing, Stockford Reefer, County Lime, CK's On the Way, and Brunswick Credit Union.
Your top 5 right now in the 10,000-pound stock tractor class. In first place, Hunter Gartley. In second place, Matt Bustard. In third place, Lee Flowers. In fourth place, Glenn McQuarrie. And in fifth place, Lucas Beaulieu. If you've pulled and you did not hear your name, you can head on back to the hauler.
Over there on track 1 is a 6,000-pound stock class. Up pulling now is Andy Martin from Jacksonville, New Brunswick. He is pulling Whistling Dixie.
On the track now in the 10,000-pound stock class is Landon Hogg from Wilmot Valley, Prince Edward Island. That's a 1963 1800 cockshot owned by Adam Hogg. Andy Martin's pull of 218.08 feet. And I forgot to mention, there wouldn't be very many people in this crowd that would not know Andy Martin. $221.08 feet. That hook for Landon Hogg over here on the 10,000-pound stock tractor side. The leader right now, Hunter Gartley, 231.07 feet.
We do have a second to thank a few more sponsors. Remac Hartford Realty, Legacy Motors, Valley Equipment Limited, Scotiabank Agriculture, Maritime Case Limited, Cook's Construction, and Buttermilk Creek Developments. We thank you. Backing in over on track number 1 in the 6,000-pound class is Logan Gaddis from Woodstock, New Brunswick. His vehicle's named Duffy, the Farmall Super M, his second year pulling for Logan's.
Dale Best is on the track now. On the line next in the 10,000-pound stock tractor class is going to be Wayne Townsend from Fortune, Prince Edward Island. This is a 560 Farmall. Distance to beat set by Hunter Gartley. 231.07 feet.
Over on track 1 is Ben Everett from Jacksonville, Nova Scotia. He's pulling a 5R Farmall 540, sponsored by RSE Transportation.
Wayne Townsend not able to get past Hunter Gartley, 220.11 feet. Hunter Gartley still your class leader. And that was Grady Kingsbury from Mars Hill, Maine, with a 1957 450 Farmall over here in the 10,000 pound stock tractor class.
Over here on track 1 is Dan Taylor, the legend himself from Heartland, running a Cockshock 50 in the 6,000 pound stock class. That's Dan Taylor. Over on track number 1 in the 6,000 pound stock class, Dan Taylor is leading the charge with a pull of 3:15.06. And second is Ben Everett, 3:13.02. Third, Logan Gaddis at 2:22.06.
On the track now, over on track 2, Megan Graham from right here in Centreville, New Brunswick. This is an 1855 white called Just for Kicks. Distance to beat right now is actually 232.09 feet, set by Dale Best. In second place right now, Hunter Gardley. In third place, Matt Bustard. In fourth place, Lee Flowers. And in fifth place, Landon Hogg. If you did not hear your name, you can head on back to the hauler. We just need the top 5 to stay for the dyno.
We just want to take a minute to remind people to buy the 50/50, the weekend-long 50/50. Take a minute to thank our sponsors, Graham's Auto Parts, Local Valley Beef, J.L. Sabellis, Riverbend Excavating, McCain Fertilizer, Bell Crop Services, the Downing Family, Farm Credit Canada, McLeod General Constructions, and White's Precast Concrete. We thank you. Over on track number 1 in the 6,000-pound class is Laura Graham from Jacksonville, New Brunswick on the 1959 Oliver 770.
That last tractor that just hooked was driven by Casey Graham from right here in Centreville, New Brunswick. That's a 1955 AGCO, sponsored by SWG Manufacturing. And that was good for first place, 251.03 feet out of Casey Graham. So that does shuffle up the top 5 a little bit. I'll try to update the top 5 here just as soon as I hear back.
Over on track number 1, Laura Graham, 222.11 feet from Laura Graham and up to the hook. Georgia Votor from Woodstock, New Brunswick, calling Grampy's Oliver. 1952 Oliver Super 77. That's Georgia Votor from Woodstock, New Brunswick.
Your top 5 for the 10,000 pound stock class right now. In first place, Casey Graham, 251.03 feet. In second place, Dale Best, 232.09 feet. In third place, Megan Graham, 232.04 feet. And in fourth place, Hunter Gartley, 231.07 feet. And in fifth place, Lee Flowers, 226.02 feet. My apologies. Fifth place is actually Matt Buster, 227.11 feet. If you've already pulled and you didn't hear your name, no need to stay at the dyno any longer. You can head on back to the hauler and get ready for your next class.
Final results are in for the 1,200 pound lawn tractor series. First place, Heather Barkhouse, 331.60. Second, Gabe McBride, 311.62. Third, Caitlin Harvey, 310.37. Fourth place, Jamie Kugel, 303.25. In fifth place, Danielle McKenzie, 303.06. Would you please come to the announcer's booth for your prize winnings?
That last hook was Brendan Carpenter, 222.09 feet. Next on the line is going to be Tyler Ferguson out of Crapo, Prince Edward Island. This is a 1975 966 International called the Red Bull.
Over there on track number one of the 6,000 pound class is Andrew Tweedy from Somerville, New Brunswick. He's driving Granny's Deere, 33010 John Deere. That's Andrew Tweedy from right here in Somerville. While we're waiting for track number two, we do have a correction on the 6,000 pound class.
That looked like a good hook from Tyler Ferguson. I know that's a strong tractor. Distance to beat was 251.03 feet, set by Casey Graham. He did it, 251.06 feet. That's good enough for first place with 2 to go.
Over on track 1, like I said, there's a little change. First place is still Ben Everett so far, 3:13.02. Second is Dan Taylor at 2:44.04. And third is Georgia Votor at 225 foot. That's on the 6,000 pound stock class over there on track number 1. Next up on the drag on track 1 is Gavin White from Centreville, New Brunswick. He is pulling a 57 Cockshut owned by Kevin Taylor.
Can we please get our 16,000 pound stock tractors? Let's make sure you guys are lined up and ready to go to get over here on track 2. That's our 16,000 pound stock tractors. Let's make sure you're ready to get put through. We've got 2 to go here in this 10,000 pound stock tractor class. Your leader right now, Tyler Ferguson, 251.06 feet out of Crapo PEI. We've got an Islander leading the 10,000 pound stock tractor class here. But we've got a local lady hooking up to the sled. This is Katie Graham from Weston, New Brunswick, with a 1979-1855 Cockshut owned by Blake Gartley called the Red Rooster. Distance to beat right now, once again, 251.06 feet.
Over at track number 1, Gavin White, he had to pull a 212.02. That's Gavin White for 212 feet.
And unfortunately, Katie Graham not able to make it happen tonight. The Red Rooster laying down on her a little bit. I'm sure she's not very impressed by that, but it is what it is. And then there was one to go in the 10,000 pound stock tractor class from Summerfield, New Brunswick. Once again on the track we have Andrew Tweedy.
Backing up the track number 1 is Chase Lemkirk from Jacksonville, New Brunswick. He's going to be pulling running on empty. Fireball 460, sponsored by R.D. Lemkirk and Sons Limited and Fire Valley Ass Power. Just want to take a second to announce the 6,200 pound two-wheel drive super stock trucks. In first place was Stephen Bard, 276 feet. In second place was Dylan Bard at 272. Your prize winnings are down at the announcer's booth. That's the 6,200 pound two-wheel drive super stock trucks.
as you can see, they're just loading the wagon a little bit heavier for these 16,000-pound stock guys. When you've got guys like Jason Webster hooking on the sled, you can't be messing around with the weight. You gotta load the wagon, you know what I mean? And this will be the last class before our supper break, and I believe we're going to be picking up with our evening classes at 6:30. So that should give us about an hour's break, because I figure this class should take us probably be about 20 minutes to run. Not 20 minutes, 40 minutes. In the ballpark of 40 minutes to run that 16,000-pound. You think more? Don't you screw the pooch on us, Tyler.
Mr. Dan Quinn, the sexy hunk we're supposed to wave to. How about a big smile for Dan Quinn?
First tractor on the line here in the 16,000-pound stock tractor class is going to be driven by Kyle Townsend from Fortune, Prince Edward Island. On the line now, actually on the track now, from Jacksonville, New Brunswick, is Johnny Wilson with a 4450 John Deere called Sweet Emotion. And on the passenger side of that beautiful old John Deere is an in memory sticker in memory of Dave Wilson. Of course, Dave and Johnny, they used to pull a lot of tractors together back in the day. And then Dave Wilson turned into the best damn tractor pull announcer that ever picked up a microphone. Unfortunately, lost him very recently. Next tractor on the line is going to be driven by Wade Girdwood from Jacksontown, New Brunswick. This is a 1977 2-135 white.
While the pulling is still going on, I would like to ask the 7,000-pound Outlaw class winners to come collect their checks. The winning checks here on the announcer's booth. That's the 7,000-pound Outlaw class winners, the 14,005-pound Too Hot to Farm class, the 5,000-pound stock class, the 12,000-pound lawn tractor class, and the 6,200-pound two-wheel drive super truck. Please come collect your winnings.
.04 feet was the distance for Wayne Girdwood. Your class leader right now, Kyle Townsend, 253.11 feet.
I'd like to take a second to thank Michaud Petroleum, JPS Trucking Limited, Clarence Farm Services Limited, Maritime Paper Packaging, Carlton Industrials, Marting's Electric, Thomas Farms, Russell Mentals, McQuaid Truck Repair, CarQuest Auto Parts, Raiders Auto Money, and the 276. We thank you.
Next on the line is going to be James Scott out of Woodstock, New Brunswick. This is a 2-155 white owned by James Scott called No Strings Attached. Distance to beat right now, 253.11 feet, set by Kyle Townsend. Looks like we might have just a little bit of mechanical breakage on the track. 196 feet even for James Scott. That's why you buy the red ones. That's what Tyler Britton said. I didn't say that. Won't take credit. We're gonna need a tow up here on the track.
Don't forget to take a minute in the intermission coming up to go see the sponsors outside that have booths set up to sell all kinds of goodies, including donuts, the Vintage Patch, Kubota booth, Case Tractor booth. Please take a minute to support the local vendors that have come here to set up for your enjoyment.
Unfortunately, just a little bit of tough luck here. Last fellow that put the spindle back on the end of the axle just forgot the nut on the bottom side, or didn't tighten her maybe. But the boys are gonna get him rug up here. We're just gonna be a minute or two getting that tractor off the track. She's all part of her. set of speedy mechanics right there, huh? Your tractor broke at the house, you bring her on down to the Centreville Tractor Bowl, hook her on and go 100 feet, and she'll be fixed for free right here on the track. Next on the line, we're going to be looking at Carson Webster from Middleton, Prince Edward Island. This is a 4455 John Deere called Big John, sponsored by Middleton Farms Limited. Distance to beat right now, 253.11 feet set by Kyle Townsend.
Just like to take a second to let everyone know that after a short break, when this class is done, we're going to fire right back up for the Friday evening session. That being said, I'd like to ask all the 8500 Light Pro Stock NTPA rule, Limited Pro Stock NTPA rules on track 2 to get lined up, and also the 8,500 pound Light Pro Stock Open tractors, please come for track 2 to get ready to go. I'd also like to ask for track number 1, the 6,200 pound 4x4 Super Stock trucks and the 8,500 pound Light Pro Farm ASTTQ Hot Farm classes be ready for track number 1, ready to go right after the break.
And that was Carson Webster, 232.10 feet. Not quite good enough to catch up to Kyle Townsend. He's out there 253.11 feet. In second place right now, Johnny Wilson, 241.10 feet. In third place is now Carson Webster, 232.10 feet. That's your top 3 right now. We've only got 5 tractors pulled, so make sure as soon as you leave the track, you head right to the dyno. And we're gonna keep 5 tractors at the dyno until you get knocked out of the top 5. Backing into that Iron Man sled now is Cohen Corbett out of North Granville, Prince Edward Island. This is a 1975 1466 International called She Ain't Purty. 231.09 feet, that hook for Cohen Corbett.
You know, when you look around in this facility, we're so privileged to have some of these same corporate sponsors that you see on the fence walls were a big part of us being able to complete what we've completed here. So I'd like to take the time to thank Sticks and Stones Landscaping, Clark Oil, Leon Banks Pools and Spa, T-Rio Windows and Doors, Ground Force Property Services, and Heartland Fresh Mart. Without their support, A, we wouldn't have this facility, and B, we would not be here today.
Next on the line is going to be Stephen Gartley. I believe he's out of Jacksonville, New Brunswick. This is a 1976 1466 International called Whiskey Bend. Distance to beat right now, 253.11 feet, set by Kyle Townsend. Stephen Gartley trying to get past him. And Tyler Britton watching him hard because he's the next fella tasked with the exact same job. .244 feet even for Stephen Gartley. Not quite enough to get past Kyle Townsend. Next tractor on the line from just down the road in Deerville, New Brunswick. We've got Tyler Britton. This is a 1466 International called Mama's New Kitchen. Tyler Britton doing everything he can to will it on by. $229.05 feet for Tyler Britton, not quite enough to get past Kyle Townsend. Next tractor on the line is going to be driven by Jack Mulligan from Middletown, Prince Edward Island. This is a 4440 John Deere, owned by Darcy Mulligan. And as you can see, right back here, we've got a couple pullers having a little brain fart. This is called a very last minute adjustment, and it doesn't look like it's going smoothly. Just shifting a little bit of weight from the back end of the tractor up to the front to try to keep the front end of that tractor down just a little bit more. These guys must have seen something along the way that made them think they had a little bit too much weight on the rear end. They want to keep that front end held down a little bit harder. Maybe the track is grabbing a little bit harder than what they'd anticipated. Kind of interesting to see in action. Adjustment completed. Jack Mulligan out of Middletown, Prince Edward Island, still trying to track down another Islander, Kyle Townsend. 245.05 feet. That distance for Jack Mulligan. I believe that does shuffle the top 5 up a little bit. You give me 2 seconds, and I'll try to update you on the top 5. Top 5 so far in the 16,000-pound stock tractor class. In first place right now to Kyle Townsend, 253.11 feet. In second place, Jack Mulligan, 245.05 feet. In third place, Stephen Gartley, 244 feet even. In fourth place, Johnny Wilson, 241.10 feet. And in fifth place, Carson Webster, 232.10 feet. Next tractor on the line is going to be driven by Parker Briggs out of Woodstock, New Brunswick. Actually, it'd be like Jackson Falls, somewhere in that area. This is a 135 white called It's 5 O'Clock Somewhere. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. With the last minute adjustment, let's see if it pays off. Feet. That up for Parker Briggs. I don't believe that's quite good enough to break into the top 5. No. But I will say, I've been lying to you for a little while now. I've been telling you that Kyle Townsend is leading this class, and I was wrong. I was real wrong. Because Kyle Townsend waved his hook, which at this point I would be regretting if I was him, but it is what it is. So your leader right now is actually Jack Mulligan, 245.05 feet. That's who everybody's trying to track down. 245.05 or better. Right now we'll slide you into first place. Jacksonville, New Brunswick. This is a 1982 John Deere 4440, sponsored by Mark Derling and Sons. .05 feet is your distance to beat. Looks like he's down there a ways. It is a ways enough. 253.05 feet. You're looking at your new class leader. Jacob Derling out of Jacksonville, New Brunswick takes the class lead fairly late in the 16,000-pound stock tractor class.
I'd like to announce the winners for the 10,000-pound stock class. In first place, 251 feet, Tyler Ferguson. Second place, Casey Graham, 251.03 feet. Third place, Dale Bass, 232.09. Fourth place, Megan Graham, 232.04. And fifth place, Hunter Gartney, 231.07. That's the winners of the 10,000-pound stock class. Your prize winnings are here at the announcer's booth when you are ready.
Next on the line, trying to track down Jacob Derling, is going to be Jonathan Ombley out of Mapledale, New Brunswick, with the Mapledale Special. You guys see that little bump draft right here? There's more where that came from. We've got a Taylor coming to the line here very shortly, and I know he wants to put on a good show. .05.03 feet, that hook for Jonathan Ombley, not enough to catch up to Jacob Derling, your current class leader. But if I was Jacob Derling, I wouldn't be smiling too big yet because I see a couple of strong ones. That's all we got left is strong ones. We got Carpenters, Corbett's, Taylors. I'd be shaking in my boots if I was Jacob Derling. Next on the line, we're going to be looking for Adam Hogg from Wilmot Valley, Prince Edward Island. This is a 4455 John Deere sponsored by Klondike Farms. Distance to beat right now, 253.05 feet set by Jacob Derling. In third place right now, 244 feet. So you got to get over 244 feet just to break into the top three late here in the 16,000 pound stock tractor class. I'm guessing where that great big group of stock tractor pullers is standing right there beside the track, that's where they're shooting for. So I guess you could say in Centreville, we don't have a leader cone, we just have a lot of people standing in the exact same spot for no in particular reason. 249.09 feet, that hook for Adam Hogg. Still shy of Jacob Derling, but I believe that is good enough to break into the top three.
While they're lining that track up again for more exciting pulling, we'd like to take a minute to thank D Precise Trucking, Seneschal Paper Bags, Richwell Truck Center, Heartland Agrimer, Taylor's Beat and Tire, OPC Canada, Rivers Edge Lemonade, Centreville Equipment, Simonson Well Drilling, Smalley's Welding and Repair, and Carlton Electric. We thank you.
Next tractor backing into that Ironman sled is going to be Brendan Carpenter out of Belleville, New Brunswick. It's going to be driven by Brendan Carpenter out of Belleville, New Brunswick. This is a 155 white sponsored by Carpenter Farms, Covey Basics, Pioneer Seeds, and Carpenter Logging. Everybody trying to track down Jacob Derling right now. you can see, they're beginning to disc the track. Once they get the track disced up, they're going to lay the water to it, and then they're going to pack it back down. What we're going to aim to do is restart pulling at 6:30. I believe that's the plan. And we're going to be kicking things off really strong with our 8,500-pound light limited pro stock tractors over here on track 2. So you're not going to want to miss that show. .254.03 feet was that hook for Brendan Carpenter, and I believe that's good for the lead. And that is good for first place. Brendan Carpenter is now your class leader, 254.03 feet with 3 to go. But the next one is one that I would never count out. Backing into that Ironman sled now, we have Dan Taylor out of Centreville, New Brunswick. This tractor is a 2-180 light called the Family Feud. Distance to beat right now is 254.03 feet. And if I can give you one little piece of advice, it's on the truck and tractor club, you can never count everything. He's got the red flag. I don't know, that looked pretty good from here. 254.03 feet was your distance to beat. .266.07 feet. You're looking at your new class leader, Dan Taylor with the Family Feud. And then there was 2 to go in the 16,000-pound stock tractor class. They've got 2 chances to try to catch up to Dan Taylor. Next on the lines, Braden Corbett from North Granville, Prince Edward Island. This is a 1466 International called just passing through. He's going to pass through over 366 foot markers if he wants to get past Dan Taylor. And then there was one. $235 feet even, that hook for Braden Corbett. Well, we've got a second. Just want to tell everybody, we just got some really tasty donuts from Jay's Mini Donuts. Parked just out in front of the grandstands. So head on over to Jay's Mini Donuts. We also do have all kinds of vendors here in Centreville this evening. I believe on either end of the track 2 side of the grandstands, you can get yourself a nice, refreshing River's Edge lemonade. And I think you can get that normal or spiked. So you might want to hook onto a spiked River's Edge lemonade. Kyle Townsend's going to be your final puller here in the 16,000-pound stock tractor class before we take just a brief break. We will be starting things back up at 6:30, and I'm telling you right now, it's going to be classes that you are not going to want to miss. I believe the 8,500-pound Light Pro Farm and the 8,500-pound Light Pro Stock are some of the first classes on the track after the supper break. So if you've got friends that are traveling on their way, and they don't know if they're going to make it for 6:30, you better tell them to put the pedal to the metal because we're hooking some big stuff immediately after the supper break. 246.03 feet. Not quite enough to get past Dan Taylor. So unofficially, Dan Taylor is the class winner for the 16,000-pound stock tractor class. Now, of course, when I say unofficially, the top 5 from that class still need to go and dyno so that the results can be official. In first place, Dan Taylor. In second place, Brennan Carpenter. In third place, Jacob Derling. In fourth place, Adam Hogg. And in fifth place, Kyle Townsend. While we're stopped for the supper break, everybody make sure you get your bellies full and don't go thirsty. We've got all kinds here to drink, and we're going to put on a heck of a show for you after the supper break.
Want to remind the crowd, take a wander outside and check out all the outside venues. The vendors are out there waiting and could appreciate your support.
Attention pullers, can we please make sure any four-wheel drive super stock trucks and light Pro Farm ASTTQ hot farm tractors we have with us this evening are across the scales and ready to go over on track 1. That, as well as our 8,500-pound light Pro Stock NTPA rules and our limited Pro Stock NTPA rules. Anyway, also our 8,500-pound light limited Pro Stock tractors. If we can have you guys across the scales and ready to go on track 2 immediately after the supper break, that would be fantastic.
Test, test. If we could ask the 8500 Light Pro Farm ASTT Hot Farm class to get ready, line up over there on track number 1. That's the 8500 Light Pro Farm to get ready on track number 1. I'm on.
Once again, we're going to be looking for our 8,500-pound light limited pro stock tractors on track 2 and our 8,500-pound light pro farm tractors on track 1. Let's make sure you guys are ready to rock. You can see a fella right there on the track now doing a little bit of research. That's Ryan Springer. Gonna see him again here in a few minutes with a helmet on behind the wheel of my other deer. That'll be a good one for the John Deere fans to keep an eye out for, because they always run very competitively in the 8,500-pound light limited pro stock tractor class. And that's a class that's sporting a huge amount of horsepower, all kinds of black smoke, and a lot of ground speed. So we're going to be kicking things off very strong in Centreville here this evening. I'd also like to just take a minute to point out, later on, over on track 2, we have the 7,500-pound 3-engine modifieds. And right now, this looks like a track that'll take some horsepower. And I guarantee you, those tractors with the 3 engines on them, they're going to be putting every bit of horsepower they've got down to the ground. So that is going to be all kinds of fun to watch. And they're going to make all kinds of noise, too. And we're pulling a little bit earlier here in Centreville this year, so we won't even have to wake anybody up.
Okay, folks, on this side of the grandstand, it's your lucky day. Do you see this fine young gentleman in the black t-shirt? So, question. Who in the crowd is this their first tractor pull? Raise their hand. Their first tractor pull. Oh, there you go. Next question. Who in the crowd loves John Deere? John Deere fans, cheer loud, cheer loud. As we keep walking, who in the crowd can tell me the year the Centreville tractor pull started? What year did it start? What year? We're still looking for the right answer. '89, we think? Well, that's close enough. How about her? How about her? 89 it was. 89, yeah. That's what he said. Really? Okay. What about Case IH lovers? Any Case IH lovers in the crowd on this side? I see any hands? Awful quiet. Oh, way up, way up, way up. Okay, we have 4 more t-shirts for this side, and we're going to make you work for it. Who is willing to be interviewed for a t-shirt? It's interview time. Come on down here, my friend. Your guy behind you. Okay, what's your name?
Cooper.
Cooper.
Bowmaster.
Bowmaster. Where are you from, Cooper?
Moose Mountain.
Do they run blue, red, or green tractors at Moose Mountain? In other words, what's your favorite kind of tractor?
John Deere.
John Deere fan for Cooper. How about does that deserve a t-shirt, crowd? Of course it does. How about a t-shirt? Way to go, Cooper. Okay, it's interview time number 2, and I see a guy that I kind of know here. Is Jackson Rector in the house? Okay. Jackson, is this your first tractor pull?
Indeed.
And so far, what do you think?
Amazing.
What's the best part?
Just seeing all people I know.
So is these people your friends, or did they bring you here?
No, I just met them earlier, actually.
They look kind of familiar. How about a t-shirt for Jackson Rector? How about a t-shirt right up there? He waved. Walk right up there. All right. Paul, how you doing? I'm sitting here with a veteran tractor pull watcher. Say your name out loud.
I've done it now. Oh,
Paul Sullivan here. Paul's got the John Deere hat on. Paul, how many years have you been watching tractor pulling? That is good for a t-shirt. Thanks for coming out, Paul.
Let me ask you guys a question. How's everybody doing tonight? Oh, come on, that's pretty dull. I asked you a question. How's everybody doing tonight? That's what we want to hear. You guys come to the Centreville Truck and Tractor Pull. I want to hear you make some noise. And all these guys and girls that's coming out here and pulling a little bit later on are going to want to hear some noise too. So when you see your favorite driver hit the track out there, you make sure you give them some love. You understand? Do you guys understand? Woohoo! That's the first one.
There's got to be more of them in there.
Once again, the pullers in the light limited pro stock tractor class, you guys are first on the line over here on track 2, and judging by the track, we're going to be pulling here very shortly. So let's make sure you guys are all across the scale and ready to rock.
I'd like to take a minute to thank some of our sponsors once again: Metal Fab Fire Trucks, Lenahan McCain Associates, Tom's Heavy Equipment Construction, APD Potato Distributors, Next T Financial, the Cooperators Insurance, BMR Building Supplies Florenceville, Connell Chrysler, Encourage Manufacturing. We thank you for your support. I'd like to have the 6,200-pound blown trucks come to the track for lineup, please. 6,200-pound blown trucks to the track for lineup. Okay, over there by track number 1, you're going to see a handsome young man with an armload of prizes. So the question I have, is there any Monkwater fans out in the crowd over there? Monkwater fans. You're about to see a big pull by the Oaks boys coming up as he continues on. How about AGCO fans? Are there AGCO fans out there? And we're going to keep going down to the next level. Are there any Case IH fans in that section? Any Case IH fans, raise your hands over there, please. Case IH fans? How about John Deere? John Deere fans? Any John Deere fans over there? And last but not least,
attention pullers, immediately after the completion of the 8,500-pound light limited pro stock tractor class, we are going to be looking for the 6,200-pound two-wheel drive blown trucks and the 9,500-pound heavy pro farm tractors. Now these classes are going to go pretty fast, so let's make sure you guys are across the scale and ready to go. You're going to be next up on the line.
In the clouds, and my feet on this here ground. There's a woman over there, standing out among the crowd. She don't know, she don't know, she don't know what she's doing to me. She don't know, but I still can't tell if she's staring back at me. Got my hand on this here gun. Got a picture of my son. And there's that woman over there. And she's claiming she's the one. Oh, she don't know. She don't know. She don't know what you're doing to me. She don't know.
okay, we're back on this side for now for Prize Patrol. Okay, we're going to play the Who Do We Know game. I see Dickie. Dickie, do you need a new t-shirt? I think you do. How about a new t-shirt for Dickie right there? Everyone's hiding, not making eye. I see Corey Sarsfield out there. How about a round of applause for Corey? Hey! Corey Graham, how about a shirt, Corey? My eyesight's not very good, and I'm not sure he's so beautiful, but I think that's Bauer Arbo in the house. You can come get it, Bauer, if you want one. You know, there's a guy in the crowd right now that loves the spotlight. It's Greg Fisher right there. Greg Fisher loves the spotlight. I think Greg needs a T-shirt. Give Greg a T-shirt, the white. Oh, Derek gets one too. You got to give one to Greg now. Is Franklin Lunn in the house? Where's Franklin? Does Franklin want a T-shirt? Come grab a T-shirt, Franklin. I see a young familiar face from the McCain days. How about one way up, Rowan? One way up, way up. Way up. Okay, we got a guy right here with a AAA Legend shirt. Come see me for a minute. Come on down here. Okay, buddy, what's your name?
Max Springer,
Max Springer. Where do you live, Max?
Waterville, New Brunswick.
I bet you're pretty used to tractor pulling.
Yeah.
And who do you cheer for?
Ryan Springer.
And I think he might pull, is it red? No. What color?
Green.
I think you like John Deere green too. How about a T-shirt?
Yes.
How about a round of applause for Mr. Springer?
Ladies and gentlemen, who is ready for some smoke and noise here in Centreville? Because we're ready to give you some here in just a minute.
Okay, over in track number 1, the pulling's about to begin. The smokers are coming here tonight, and it's Tanner Oakes from Bath, New Brunswick, driving the Monquart 3. And that go DT 1160. That's Tanner Oakes from the Monquart. Oh, something might unhook there, folks. We need a tow vehicle here on track 1, please. A tow vehicle here on track 1.
Over on track 2, we're getting ready to fire up the first of 4 tractors here that we have for our light limited pro stock tractor class, 8,500 pounds. First tractor on the track is going to be driven by Steve Gagne from St. Elzire, Quebec. This is a 1981
One thing about those Oaks boys, they'll figure it out. Let's hope they can get it going and be back here tomorrow to put the show on that they came to do.
wheels up all the way. That's what we're talking about right there. Ladies and gentlemen, give him a little bit of love. Steve Gagne all the way from St. Elzire, Quebec with the red smoker. 277.06 feet, that hook for Steve with the red smoker.
Back in the drag on track 1 in this 8,500-pound class is Ben Bison from Maine. He's pulling a tractor he likes to call White Mare, and this is Ben's 6th year pulling.
And as you can see right now, the 50-50 is already up over $5,200. You can go online to get your 50-50 tickets at rafflebox.ca. You can also scan that QR code and get yourself some 50-50 tickets. And I believe they're selling 50-50 tickets on site, although I said I was going to research where that was, and I never did, so I'm going to do that right now.
Just want to take a minute again to thank some of these sponsors that so graciously donated some money for this event. McCrum's, Grey Bar Canada, Glenn Mockler, TNT Auto Repair, Piper's Welding and Repair, Ramada, Fastenal, Aberdeen Construction, County Tractors and Machinery, Valley Chainsaw, Maximum Equipment, and McGrath Logistics. We thank you.
All right, the wait's over. Looks like the boys are getting her geared up. This is the last time you're going to be able to hear me until he's done pulling. Standing across from me right now is Robin Lauthers out of Brooklyn, Nova Scotia. This truck's called Ragin' Ruckus. This is as far as I know, this truck is a brand new build. It's definitely the first time we've ever seen it here in Woodstock. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to, Centreville, I'm sorry. Definitely the first time we've seen it in Centreville or Woodstock. That's what I was thinking, I just didn't say it.
Over on track 1, the 8,500-pound class is Jacob Horsell from Aylesford, Nova Scotia. He is pulling an Alice Chalmers 8030, sponsored by Northridge Farms, Community Metal, Kingston, Nova Scotia. That's Jacob Horsell. Another solid run down there by Jacob Horsell in this 8,500-pound class. Travis Swimmer still first place at 329 feet. Scott Larson slid up into second place with 324 feet. And Jordan Mockler sits in third with 319 feet.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first pull of the evening in the two-wheel drive blown truck class, 6,200 pounds. Robin Lauthers out of Brooklyn, Nova Scotia. This truck's called Ragin' Ruckus, sponsored by R.H. Lauthers Excavation. He's gonna be setting your distance to beat. Ladies and gentlemen, Robin Lauthers with Ragin' Ruckus. What do you guys think of that? You like that one? That's good, because we got 3 more coming your way. Next on the line here in this 6,200 pound two-wheel drive blown truck class is going to be Devin Harvey out of Brooklyn, Nova Scotia. This is a T-bucket with a 526 Keith Black Hemi. Distance to beat is 320.06 feet. Set by Taddy Bill, that's 320.06 feet. That's the distance to beat, set by Taddy Bill. Ladies and gentlemen, out of Brooklyn, Nova Scotia, this is Devin Harvey behind the wheel of Hemi Thunder.
Over there on track number 1 on that 8,500 pound light pro farm class. Coming up to the drag is Kellyanne Lagrange from St. Isidore, Quebec. She is driving the Thunder Deer, John Deere 7280. Sitting in first place in this class is still Travis Swiminer. Second place, Scott Larson. And third place is still Jordan Mockler. The distance to beat, 3:29.05.
That hook for Devin Harvey, 287.03 feet. And then there was one. Ladies and gentlemen, the next truck on the line in the 6,200 pound two-wheel drive blown truck class. From Kelvin Grove, Prince Edward Island. I'm glad they were right here. We got to figure that out. From Kelvin Grove, Prince Edward Island, we've got Sam Gillis behind the wheel of Pure Insanity.
All you deer fans out there, let's get ready for some action from Kellyanne Lagrange from St. Isidore, Quebec on track number 1. That was another good hook there for Kellyanne Lagrange on track number 1. Very, very competitive class over there tonight.
All right, there's one fella left trying to track down Taddy Bill. 320.06 feet is the distance to beat. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Sam Gillis from Kelvin Grove, Prince Edward Island.
Over on track number 1, though, Kellyanne Lagrange had to pull a 306.01, puts her in 6th place. Still to beat. Travis Swimmer, 329.05, sitting in 1st place, but we still have lots of action left on that track number 1 in this 8,500-pound class.
All right. So that is the completion of the two-wheel drive blown truck class. What did you guys think of that? Yeah! I'll tell you a little secret. We're going to make a lot more noise here a little later on. The results for the 6,200-pound blown truck class: in 1st place, Taddy Bill, 320.06 feet. In 2nd place, Devin Harvey, 287.03 feet. And in 3rd place, Sam Gillis, 276.04 feet. And only 3 feet behind, Robin Lowthers, 273.09 feet. So some pretty good pulling here in the two-wheel drive blown truck class. But I can tell you right now, we're going to have a little more good pulling coming onto the line next, because I've got an eye on 2 tractors right here.
Over here at track 1 is Stevie Graham from Centreville, New Brunswick. She's driving the Ollie Express. Once again, that was Stevie Graham from Centreville, New Brunswick on the Ollie Express, sponsored by SWG Manufacturing.
Just got to take a minute to throw a little more wood on the wagon for these heavy pro farms. Obviously, those 6,200-pound blown trucks, they have a whole lot of power, but they only weigh 6,200 pounds. These tractors coming up the line weigh 9,500 pounds apiece. And when you couple that with the amount of horsepower that each one of these babies is pushing, you can haul a lot behind you. So they're going to throw a little more wood on the wagon so we can get these bad boys stopped. And I'm going to let you in on a little bit of secret right now. I'm not telling you who to watch. I'm just going to give you one piece of information. Each one of these two tractors got a win in Grand Falls just 2 short weeks ago. That's all I'm saying. But I think there's a green one sneaking around back there. He's going to want to shake himself in for a win. Have a look at that 50-50, $6,200. There are ladies walking around selling 50-50 tickets. If you see them, make sure you buy some. But if you don't see them, go on to rafflebox.ca and find the Centreville Truck and Tractor Power Pole and buy yourself some 50-50 tickets, because I'll tell you one thing, you're not going to want to go home without that 50-50 in your pocket.
Over on track number 1, Sean Towell from Dexter, Maine. He's going to be running a tractor he calls Tennessee Honey. He's been pulling for over 20 years. This Oliver 1850, sponsored by Clark LLC. That's Sam Towell from Dexter, Maine. That's a great hook by Sam, or by Sean down there. Great hook by Sean Towell from Dexter.
We're looking for the owner of the blue Kenworth parked beside the grandstands. Can you make your way to your truck? Down to the end, the track crew's looking for you. And I guess that gives me a good opportunity to remind everybody, we are going to push our 10,000-pound Pro Stock tractors back a little bit. We are going to be pulling the semi-trucks, both classes of them, earlier on. So make sure you're ready to go. it looks like we found the wood for the wagon. You can see that Iron Man sled backing into the place, and onto the track comes Glenn Stewart from Maplewood, Prince Edward Island. And that beautiful machine is a 1066 International called the Spud Chucker 4. Once again, I'm not telling you who to watch, but this guy and the guy coming right behind him both have a win from Grand Falls just 2 weeks ago. I'm sure both of them want to settle out who's got more berries here in Centreville tonight. No pressure. But don't forget, I believe we've still got 4 or 5 real strong ones coming right behind them. This is just the first 2. Ladies and gentlemen, do we have any Islanders in the crowd with us here tonight? Woohoo! We sure do love our Islanders here in Centreville. Here's a fella from Prince Edward Island, Maplewood to be exact. Ladies and gentlemen, he's going to set your distance to beat. This is Glenn Stewart with the Spud Chucker 4. That was a good hook. He was hauling the mail. He was hauling the mail. $291.01 feet. Circle it and put a crosshair right in the middle. That's your distance to beat. Glenn Stewart with the Spud Chucker 4.
Over here in track 1 in this 8,500-pound class is Danny Poole. He's from Nova Scotia. He's driving a Case IH MXM 190. Sponsored by ARCP, Atlantic Building Restoration, and Danny's Speed Shop. That's Danny Poole. Could I ask Glenn Mockler to go to where they hook up the big rigs? That's Glenn Mockler. Please go where they hitch the big rigs. That was a good pull for Danny Poole from Nova Scotia on his Case IH.
All right, we're going to get things settled early on here. Next tractor on the line is going to be driven by Carson Cole from Welton's Corner, Nova Scotia. I believe this is an international called the Horse with No Name. This machine sponsored by Community Metal in Kingston, Kinsman Construction, and Willowdale Farm. Distance to beat right now is 291.01 feet, set by Glenn Stewart. That's 291.01 feet. That's your distance to beat. And Carson Cole's going to try to get him tracked down.
We have a new class leader in this 8,500-pound class. Danny Poole just pulled that drag 332 feet down that track. He is now sitting in first place.
So as I was telling you before, both Glenn Stewart and Carson Cole each got a win in Grand Falls, and that means one way or another, they're going to sort out between the two of them who has more points right here in Centreville tonight, because they ain't going to tie. All right, there's nothing left to do but squeeze the throttle. Sitting on the track, hooked to the Iron Man right now from Weldon's Corner, Nova Scotia, is Carson Cole on the horse with no name. $291.01 feet, the distance to beat. This is Carson Cole with the horse with no name.
Over on track one, Ben Bisson from Sabattis, Maine on the Blowin' Money 1885 Oliver. That's Ben Bisson from Sabattis, Maine. Sponsored by Affordable Well Drillers. Nice hook by Ben. Not sure it's there at the leaderboard yet, but we'll wait for the final results of this 8,500-pound class.
All right, so we've got a new class leader over here on track 2. 301.10 feet, Carson Cole. But both of those tractors snuffed out right at the very end of their run. I think that this track in Centreville tonight is taking a lot of power. A lot of power.
Okay, we have the final results for the 8,500-pound light pro farm class on track 1. Taking home the victory circle is Danny Poole with 332 feet. Second place, Travis Swimminger, 329.05 feet. Third place, Scott Larson, 324.10. Fourth place, Jordan Mockler, 319.07. And fifth place, Mitchell Thomas, 314.04. Sixth place, Jacob Horsnell, 312.11. Seventh place, Kellyanne Legrand, 306.01. Eighth place, Ben Bison, 303.05. Ninth place, Sean Towell, 295.06. And 10th place, Ethan Liberty, 290.06 feet. If you guys, that concludes the 8,500 class on track number 1.
Over on track 2, the next tractor on the line is going to be driven by Phil Bisson from Zabatas, Maine. This is a 1066 International called All Revved Up, sponsored by Affordable Well Drilling. Phil just waiting on the okay to head up onto the track. One thing about these tractors, a lot of them, and I don't know if this one fits the bill, but a lot of them don't run any coolant in the block. They run a dry block, so they cannot sit here and idle like a normal tractor will because they've got no coolant and no radiator in them.
In light of the recent focus on safety, I would ask any spectators down at the end of the track, if you are not behind a Jersey barrier, you need to move. You need to move. So if you are not behind the Jersey barrier, you need to move. So down here by the end of the track, we have to have that congestion cleared out. That is not a safe place to stay. Please move up to the grandstands or up behind the Jersey barriers.
On the track now from Zabatas, Maine is Phil Bisson. He's going to be trying to track down Carson Cole. Carson Cole's out there 301.10 feet. I see the 50-50's grown again. $7,305 right now. Go ahead and make that $7,325. Head on to rafflebox.ca and find the Centreville Truck and Tractor Power Pole. Please don't go home without half of that money in your pocket. All right, all the way from Zabatas, Maine, this is Phil Bisson with All Revved Up. 266.10 feet, that hook for Phil Bisson. Not quite enough to get up and past Carson Cole. But I'll tell you one thing that I'm seeing right now. That track is taking a lot of horsepower. Every one of these tractors is snuffing out right at the very end of the run. Ladies and gentlemen, do we have any Nova Scotia fans in the crowd tonight? Where's my Nova Scotians at? You guys are usually the loudest. I love it. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I think it's a great thing. We're at a tractor pull. We want to make some noise. Where's the Nova Scotia fans at? One more time. All right, we've got one at a Truro, Nova Scotia. This is Willie Blowendrat behind the wheel of a 1980 886 International called Whoa Nelly. And Will Blowendrat is going to have to push Nelly for all she's got if he wants to get down past Carson Cole. 301.06 feet is your distance to beat.
Over on track number 1, get ready for some noise as we have a big class in the 7,200-pound modified tractor single engine. Getting back then to the pole is John Bachman from York, PA, driving Phony Farmer. It's a blown Chevy owned by Tim Robinson.
He's got a distance to beat of 301.10 feet set by Carson Cole. Ladies and gentlemen, hooked onto that Ironman sled right now, we have a man from Truro, Nova Scotia, Will Blowendrat, behind the wheel of the 866 International called Whoa Nelly. That was an unfortunate end to that hook. Got it on pretty good faith from a guy that knows exactly what's going on.
But that wasn't the result John wanted, but he'll be back tomorrow. Do it all over again. It got a little wild off the get-go for John Bachman from York, PA on the Phony Farmer.
.07 feet, and I got it on very good faith from a man who knows exactly what he's doing behind a wrench on that tractor, that it probably blew an injector out of it. But said he'd been having issues keeping injectors in it. And you can see he came to a very abrupt stop. Oh, my apologies, 186.05 was the distance for Will Blowentrat. Next tractor on the line, and this 9,500-pound heavy Pro Farm tractor class comes all the way from St. Isidore, Quebec. This is a beautiful 7730 John Deere called Makes Sense. And you're right, it sure does make sense at $1. But it sure is fun, isn't it? Hell yeah. He's got a distance to beat set by Carson Cole of 301.06 feet. Do you guys out there think the John Deere can get past the International? Oh, come on, make a little noise here. I want to know where those John Deere fans are at. Where are you at? All right, they travel a long ways here to put on a great show in Centreville every year. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for Jameson Lagrange from St. Isidore, Quebec, with the 7730 John Deere called Makes Sense. How you like that one, huh? That's one happy dad right there. I'll tell you that right now.
Over here at track number 1, Robin Horstel from Ellsford, Nova Scotia, driving Daddy's Wheels, a 540 Chevy. Sponsored by Northridge Farms, Community Metals, Nova Scotia Division. In the single engine 7,200 pound modified class.
Over here on track 2, you're looking at your new class leader leave the track, Jamison Lagrange with Make Sense. 317.01 feet.
That was a great hook by Robin. Robin Horse will pull 371.02, good for first place in the 7,200 pound class. Next up on track number 1 on the single engine modified is Adam Lawrence. Hometown boy here from Lower Oxford, been pulling for 21 years. He's pulling a vehicle called White Lightning. You know, if Adam had a good enough hook, he could haul this drag right home.
Next tractor on the line from right here in Centreville, New Brunswick. We have Jeff Stees behind the wheel of the 1976 International 1566 called the Teacher's Pet. There any Jeff Stees fans in the crowd here tonight? Oh yeah, I hear all kinds. Distance to beat is 317.01 feet set by Jamison Lagrange. Jeff's gonna get the chain pulled tight on that Iron Man drag. And the boys with the flags are gonna let the horses loose. From right here in Centreville, New Brunswick, this is Jeff Stees with the Teacher's Pet.
Up here's local boy Adam Lawrence. Great pull here by Adam Lawrence from Lower Knoxford, New Brunswick on White Lightning.
That was Jeff Stees with a hook of 269.06 feet over here on track 2. And then there was one. The final puller in the 9,500-pound heavy Pro Farm Tractor class is going to be Dave Lamontagne from Saint-Vilier, Quebec. This is a 1066 International called Press On.
Okay, we have the prize winnings here for the 6,000-pound stock class. First place, Ben Everett. Second place, Dan Taylor. Third place, Georgia Vautour. Fourth place, Chase Lemkert. Fifth place, Laura Graham. Sixth place, Logan Gaddis. If you guys could come to the announcer's booth to claim your winnings. That's a 6,000-pound stock class.
That was a good run from Dave Lamontagne. 283.11 feet, so he's right in the mix there.
We get some more noise over here in track number 1 from Eric Mans from Fairhaven, Massachusetts. And he's driving Bad Reputation. Eric's distance to beat is 371.01. That Robin Horstel's in the lead. Get ready for some noise from Eric Mans from Fairhaven, Massachusetts on Bad Reputation. Move your campers, folks, because that was one long pull. Well, we have a second. We'd like to announce the placement for the 9500 Pro Heavy Farm. First place goes to Jameson Lagrange. Second place, Carson Cole. Third place, Glenn Stewart. Fourth place, Dave LaFontaine. Fifth place, Jeff Steves, and sixth place, Phil Bison. That's the 9500 Heavy Pro Farm class. Eric Mans has a new class leader on the 7200 modified single engine, 420.06 feet. Folks, that's probably the longest anyone's pulled here tonight. The action just doesn't stop here on track number 2 is Caitlin Tribe from Lower Oxford. In the 20,000-pound big rig class, she's piloting a vehicle she calls Wild as Her, a 1998 Volvo.
And I believe that was Jason Dry behind the wheel. Holy smokes. I never seen nothing like that. $290.03 feet. That was the one and only 20,000-pound semi-truck we have with us here this evening. But we do have what looks to be 3 Race Your Neighbor trucks. Now these are stock highway trucks. I'm using quotation marks, stock. So they could weigh whatever.
Now, at this point, I'd like to ask the 7,500-pound 3-engine tractor drivers to get on their equipment and get ready to head to the track. That's 7,500-pound 3-engine tractor drivers. Get ready to come to the track.
First truck on the track out of New Denmark, New Brunswick, is going to be driven by Glenn Mockler. He calls this machine the Baby Blue Mule. Glenn's going to be setting your distance to beat. He's got a big smile on his face. I think he's hiding something. Do we have any Glenn Mockler fans in the crowd here tonight? Oh yeah, listen to the noise. Where are you? Make some noise so I can see you. Where's the Glenn Mockler fans?
Getting ready on track number 1 on the single-engine modified class is Kirsty Robinson from Scotland, Pennsylvania, driving a heavy-blowing truck they call Daddy's Pocketbook. Whoa, another great pull on that track number 1. It seems to be biting hard tonight. That was Kirsty Robinson from Scotland, Pennsylvania on Daddy's Pocketbook.
$212 feet even for Glenn Mockler out of New Denmark, New Brunswick with the Baby Blue Mule. There's 2 more coming right behind him.
Over on track 1, Kiersey Robinson's pull of 4:05.06 is just behind Eric Mann's 4:20.06, and sitting in third place is Robin Horsnell, 3:71. Up next to the drag on track 1 is Dwayne Harvey, driving the Brooklyn Duster, sponsored by Dwayne Harvey Equipment.
Next on the line over here on track 2, we're looking at Caitlin Harvey. No, Caitlin Tribe, not Caitlin Harvey. Caitlin Tribe from Lower Knoxford, New Brunswick. This is a 2003 Sterling called Chasing the Dream. Distance to beat right now is going to be 212 feet. Set by Glenn Mockler.
Another great pull by Dwayne Harvey in the Brooklyn Duster.
We did just get word that Glenn Mockler is going to be rehooking. So Caitlin Tribe is going to be setting her distance to beat. So just to clarify what the rules are here, if you pull and you don't tug over 100 feet, you do get the opportunity to try again. We do that so that it gives these drivers time to determine if they think they're in the wrong gear or if they want to make one small change, maybe a weight or something, and then go back and pull again as long as they get it snubbed before the 100-foot mark. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be the case here tonight. It looks like they're going to need a tow. As you can see, the towback tractor coming up onto the track, generously provided by County Tractors and Machinery Limited in Florenceville, Bristol. Sure would like to give a huge shout out to County Tractors for providing us with tractors to work the track and towback for this evening and tomorrow, of course.
Up on track number 1 is Rick Wolf from East Hampton, Connecticut. He is piloting a vehicle he calls One Too Many, 526 Sassy Hemi. That's Rick Wolf driving One Too Many. I think, folks, we just ran out of track. What a run by Rick Wolf from East Hampton, Connecticut in the One Too Many.
On the line now over here on track 2, we have Frankie Simon from Woodland, Maine in the Simon logging truck. Now, what makes it hard with these 20,000-pound semis is that they don't have any weight over those drive tires. Now that man right there is a driver. Did you see him feather that off the line? That was 80 feet. He feathered that thing until it gained traction and he was able to take off. That was an impressive hook from Frankie Simon. That's what we like to see right there. But we've got a fella in our back pocket we're going to send after him. Because Glenn Muckler was your first puller, which does give him the option to come back and pull again. So he's going to use that option to see if he can come back and get past Frankie Simon. Just have a look real quick. 50-50 estimated jackpot is almost to $9,000. Make sure you grab some 50-50 tickets. If you see the 50-50 people walking around, make sure you wave them down and get some 50-50 tickets here in person. And if you don't want to get them in person, you can buy them online at rafflebox.ca. Go on to rafflebox.ca and find the Centreville Truck and Tractor Power Pole and buy the 50-50 tickets on there.
We're still waiting for the final pull total. Rick Wolf. I'm not sure, Tyler. Maybe they can't count that high.
Backing into the Ironman sled now, we have Glenn Mockler from New Denmark, New Brunswick, with the baby blue mule. Now, I realize you did just see this truck, but as the first puller of this class, the 20,000-pound Race Your Neighbor semi-truck class, Glenn does hold the option to come back and pull again at the end of the class. And he did take us up on that option. But as you just seen here just a moment ago, Frankie Simon put on a fantastic driving clinic for semi-trucks here. He feathered that truck at least 80 feet to get out of the hole. And then once that truck caught traction, there was no looking back. We are just trying to get a distance on that hook. I believe we're having a couple technical difficulties.
Just when we didn't think it'd be possible, Rick Wolf is the new class leader of the single engine modifieds with a pull of 425.09. Up on track 1 is Justin Bolster from Ellsford, Nova Scotia. He is driving Hurricane Hemi, sponsored by Rick Bolster's Welding. His distance to beat is 4:25.09 on track 1. Solid hook by Justin on the Hurricane Hemi.
Can we please get the 10,500-pound hot stock tractors over to track 2, please? That's the 10,500-pound hot stock tractors. Head on over to track number 2.
We just want to take a second to announce that there are some donation charge for the family of Rochelle and Jeremy Pageant for their tragedy that just happened. If you guys are up around the bar, look for their jar and help this family out in a time of need.
And ladies and gentlemen, what do you guys think about these things we're pulling in over here on track 2? I bet you they can make some noise. We've seen what these guys can do with one blown engine over on the other side. We've seen what the blown trucks can do with one blown engine over on this side. Let's see what a modified will do when they're allowed to rig up 3 fully blown engines.
Up on track 1 is Andy Forster from Charles, Pennsylvania, driving non-counts. His distance to beat is 425 feet. What a pull by Andy. This class on this track 1 has been very, very competitive tonight, folks. .402.08 feet for Andy Forrester from Charlesburg, Pennsylvania. Just want to take a second again to thank some of our sponsors this evening. Guardian Drugs, Covey Basics, Air Motor Express, Mountain View Packers, 286 Club, and Valley Equipment. We thank you. Well, Tyler, just when we thought we heard some noise, what do we expect here in front of us now?
I'd expect for these 3 engine modifieds to fire up, and I don't imagine we're going to be able to talk to each other. That's what I'd expect.
I foresee the people of Woodstock being woken up by these animals.
Yeah, if I was in Woodstock, I wouldn't want to be asleep right now, I'll tell you that, because they're going to hear some thunder. They're not going to know what the hell's going on.
Up on track number 1 is Evan Pereira from Fairhaven, Massachusetts. He is going to pilot a unit he called Bada Bing. It's a Chevy Big Block. Once again, Evan Pereira from Fairhaven, Massachusetts on track number 1. Evans' distance to beat on track 1 is 425.09, set by Rick Wolf. If he goes much farther than that, they will have to move equipment down there on the pits. That's a great hook by Evan. We appreciate you coming from where you have on the Bada Bing rig.
While we've got you all here, and we've got just a very brief moment of silence, thought it might be a good opportunity to invite everybody here back September 5th and 6th this year for the Western Valley Multiplex's first ever lawnmower race. Right here at the Western Valley Multiplex for the first time ever this year, September 5th and 6th, we are going to be hosting lawnmower racing. So that's an exciting night of dirt track oval racing with on go-karts that are got way more power than what you should ever strap between your legs, and it's going to happen September 5th and 6th right here at the Western Valley Multiplex. So make sure you mark that on your calendars and come on back to Centreville, because we'd sure love to have you.
Up next on track number 1, trying to chase that 425-foot mark, is Blair Stewart from Crapeau PEI. He is running a vehicle we've seen here for a number of years, and we love to see it come out, called the Rumble Chicken. It's a 1953 cockshot. Blair is sponsored by Loth Brothers Refrigeration from Crapeau PEI. Side note, Blair Stewart is no rookie in a tractor pull circuit. He has been pulling, now get this right, for 42 years. Folks, if that's not a labor of love, I don't know what is. And there goes the feathers for Blair Stewart from Crapeau PEI on the Rumble Chicken. Now, Tyler, do you think we'll still be here in 42 years?
I sure hope so.
Well, we'll sound some different, won't we?
Well, I prefer to think no matter how I sound, I'll still be here enjoying a tractor pull.
You may sound bad, but you're still beautiful, Tyler. We appreciate you for announcing at all these pulls.
All right, we were just waiting to load a couple, load the wagon a little more for these boys and girls. Right now, neither one of these drivers has got their helmet on and they can hear you. Ladies and gentlemen watching here in Centreville, how excited are you to watch these triple engine modifieds run here tonight? Hell yeah. And I'm telling you, it's going to be loud. We're going to be waking people up in Woodstock and Florenceville.
Over here on track number 1, it looks like that John Bachman's going to pull again on the Phony Farmer. Again, if you pull first, you don't like your hook, you just go back and pull at the end of the class. And he's going to distance to beat at 4:25 by Rick DeWolf. Sitting in second place is Eric Mons at 4:20, and third place is Kirsty Robinson at 4:05.06. If any of you in the crowd want to know what over 5,000 horsepower looked like, just look at me. I'll show you what 5,000 horsepower looks like. Right there, folks. I sure hope we have enough runway for you tonight. How far down are you going to go? All the way.
It looks like we have 2 triple engine modifieds here with us to pull this evening. The first of which is going to be piloted by Kirsty Robinson from York, Pennsylvania. The second of which is going to be piloted by Ian Ericker out of Point of Rocks, Maryland. Both out of the United States of America. And we sure do love our folks from the United States here at the Centreville Truck and Tractor Power Pole. They always come out and put on a great show, whether it's from Maine, Maryland, Pennsylvania, wherever, we'll take them all.
Once again, over track 1 is John Bachman from York, Pennsylvania in Phony Farmer. That's a great second pull there by John. Not quite sure he got the point he wanted to get to. Nonetheless, what a competitive class that was over on track 1 on that single modified engine class.
Looks like they got the first of three, I'm being told. Three engine modifieds here to pull tonight. The first of which, sitting on the track now, is going to be driven by Kirsty Robinson out of York, Pennsylvania. This is a modified sporting 3 blown Chevy motors called the Phony Express. And Lee had a few words with Kirsty here just a few moments ago. He asked her, how far are you going to take this thing? And she said, all the way. So we do have 3 of these machines to put on a fantastic show in Centreville here tonight. Can you guys make a little noise? Make some noise. Because I'm telling you right now, these modifieds are going to make some noise for you here in just a second. One to go. Woo-hoo. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for this old girl. Kirsty Robinson behind the wheel of the Phony Express. We're about to shake the bolts and screws out of the Western Valley Multiplex. Holy smokes, what do you guys think of that? I'll let you in on a little secret. We got 2 more coming right down after it. You're up next, Ian.
If there's an Isabel Cooper still in the facility, please come down to the announcer's booth. We have a present for you. Isabel Cooper, please come down to the announcer's booth. We have something to give you back. In just a minute, we'll be announcing the placement winners on track 1 on the single engine modifieds. Over on track 1 next is a 6,200-pound two-wheel drive modified truck class. We have a fair few entries in that class this evening to entertain you guys. Right after that is the 85.
And I just got up real close and had a look at these tires, and I'm seeing something a little different that I'm not used to seeing. All these treads on that tire only have about a 1/4 inch, if that, of tread depth. It's not very deep compared to that of the Pro Stock tractors and the Pro Farm tractors that we're used to seeing around here. And I'm thinking it's because there's so much power. They're turning those wheels so far, so fast that that's all they need. They want to brake traction with these 6,000 horsepower modifieds.
Which part? I should actually pick up the washer that fell out of it when we started it. It was like a laughing up on.
Once we get the track back down here, we're going to be looking forward to seeing Ian Ericker out of Point of Rocks, Maryland. This is a modified sporting 3 fully blown Chevy motors called the Huntsman.
So here are the results for the 7,200-pound modified single-engine class. In first place was Rick Wolf, 425.09 feet. Second place, Eric Mons, 420.06 feet. Third place, Kiersey Robinson, 405.06 feet. Fourth place goes to Andy Forrester, 402.0 feet. And fifth place goes to John Bachman, 394.03 feet. That was a very competitive class.
I've actually seen that size of them, like 3.
You look up on that board, you see that 50-50 estimated jackpot. It's over $10,000 now. Those are rookie numbers. We need to get those numbers up. So go on to rafflebox.ca. Oh, it's going up as we speak. Keep going. Go on to rafflebox.ca and grab yourself some 50-50 tickets. And of course, we have some 50-50 folks coming around and asking if you want 50-50. Of course, your job, if they ask you if you want 50-50, is to say, yes, absolutely. How many can you sell me? And then they'll give you a number, and then you buy them all. That's what you should be doing. Gives you the best opportunity to walk home with over $5,000 in your pocket so far. And we're just getting started here in Centreville. We still got the rest of the night tonight and into tomorrow.
You know, when you think about it, Tyler, here we are, we're the lucky ones. We get to show up here, watch this entertainment in front of our eyes, but can you imagine the amount of work it takes from week to week to haul all of this technical gear from pole to pole and put this show on?
Oh, I couldn't imagine that. Like, these guys and girls, they work their butts off, right? From the sound crew, the Aurora Productions, they work their butts off to put on that fantastic video you see there. As Ian Ericker gets this thing sparked up, all 3 engines, 1 to go. Here we go. Holy smokes. Let me tell you.
No, they can make the line there if they want. They can make it stop. We try and get them to go wrong. Right, good for the show. You know, those guys, they want back there and stop there. What happened?
And if I had to hazard a guess, you're looking at your new class leader. Ian Ericker, 264.02 feet behind the wheel of the Huntsman.
I agree. And I know a lot of people.
They're getting the drag set up for track 1 for the 6,200-pound two-wheel drive modified truck class. That'll be an entertaining class tonight. There's 7 entries in this class. And if it's half exciting as the single track engine class, we'll be in for a treat.
And as you can see, another last minute adjustment going here. Going on here in the chute. They just moved 4, I believe, 50-pound weights to the back of the machine. So they just took 200 pounds off the front and shifted it to the rear. Looking to get the nose up on this thing.
Okay, first up on track number 1 is Rick Wolf from East Hampton, Connecticut. He's driving a 1982 Chevy S10 427 blown he calls the Wolf Pack. Nice solid hook by Rick.
Over here on track number 2, we do have one tractor left in the 7,500-pound 3-engine modified class, and that's going to be driven by Tim Robinson out of York, Pennsylvania. Right now, Ian Ericker has set the distance to beat at 264.02 feet. They just made a 200-pound weight change on Tim's tractor. They took 200 pounds off the front, roughly 200 pounds, could have been 150. I'm gonna guess 200 pounds, and put it to the rear of the tractor. Now what that should do is lift those front tires off the ground and put all the pulling energy on the rear tires. What you're looking for is to get those front tires off the ground about 8 to 10 inches. And that will tell you you have all the pressure that you can possibly have on those rear tires trying to pull that sled forwards.
Lining up on track number 1 is Greg Kingsman from Berwick, Nova Scotia. He is driving a 1952 Ford he calls Oxbow Outlaw. He is sponsored by Kingsman Construction and Community Metal in Kingston. That's Greg Kingsman, Berwick, Nova Scotia on Oxbow Outlaw.
All right. Tim Robinson from York, Pennsylvania. Now, I'll try to explain to you a little bit of what you just saw and what I saw from where I was standing. Now, it looked to me like one of those engines, maybe the whole thing, maybe a couple cylinders wasn't firing. As you could see, I believe Kirsty Robinson reach in and touch either the intake or the exhaust of that engine right before he took off. I wish we had a good shot of the left side of the engine, because just before he took off, she reached in and notified Tim that that left front engine actually wasn't firing. But he ran it anyway, which is what you do when you're truck and tractor pulling. And you could hear a little bit of spitting and sputtering and backfiring going on. But he was still running on two engines nevertheless. That was 191.0 feet for Tim Robinson. That's only good enough, unfortunately, to slide him up into third place. In second place was Kirsty Robinson, 199.02 feet. And in first place, Ian Erricker, 264.02 feet.
Action never stops here on track number 1. It's Andy Forrester from Scotland, Pennsylvania. He is driving a vehicle called Bandit, a Ford C-Cab truck. His distance to beat is still by Rick Wolf, 296.08. Greg Kingsman had second place for 295.38 feet. This is Andy Forrester from Scotland, Pennsylvania on the Bandit. Another nice pull by Andy. So far, there's not a lot separating these people in this class. Back into the drag on track number 1 is Colby Harvey from Brooklyn, Nova Scotia. He's running a truck he calls Thunderstruck. Well, we gotta say a special thanks to the Harvey family. They've been coming to the Centreville Tractor Pull for as long as I've been involved. Bringing their gear from Brooklyn, Nova Scotia is not an easy task. We appreciate them coming here. That's a great hook there from Colby Harvey on the Thunderstruck. Up on track number 1 is Michael Cole from Kingston, Nova Scotia in a 42 Ford. It's sponsored by Community Metals, Kingsman Construction, and Willowdale Farm. It's Michael Cole from Kingston, Nova Scotia.
And over here on track 2, we're getting ready to pull our 10,500 pound hot stock tractors. Jason Webster sitting right in front of me from Middleton, Prince Edward Island. This is a 6215R John Deere called Middleton time.
Over on track number 1, Michael McClan from York, Pennsylvania. He is running the Village Idiots, a 1970 Chevy truck. Michael's distance to beat, held by Colby Harvey at 297.06 feet. Another good pull by Michael McClan from York, Pennsylvania. 285.05 feet.
Over here on track 2, we've got our first 10,500-pound hot stock tractor. Behind the wheel is Jason Webster from Middleton, Prince Edward Island. This is a 6215R John Deere called Middleton Time. That's gonna be tough to beat. That's gonna be tough to beat. Boys have got their work cut out for them. 300 feet, almost even. 300.01 feet. 300.01 feet for Jason Webster. We've got 3 coming right behind him that I know would love to get past.
Over here on track number 1, non-stop action here at the multiplex in Centreville is Jeff Bird from Birch Corner, New Brunswick, driving a 1946 International pickup they called the Grim Reaper.
Next tractor's on the line out of Jacksonville, New Brunswick. We're going to be looking for Mark Culberson behind the wheel of his 2001 7810 John Deere. 300.01 feet is going to be his distance to beat.
That was Jeff Bird from Birch Corner, New Brunswick, and the Grim Reaper. That concludes this 6,200-pound modified truck class. While we wait for track number 2 to get hooked up, we'd like to announce the 6,200-pound winners. Colby Harvey, first place, 297 feet. Second place, Rick Wolf, 296.08 feet. Third place, Greg Kingsman, 295.38 feet. Fourth goes to Andy Forrester, 286 feet. And fifth goes to Michael McClan, 285.05 feet. That concludes the 6,200-pound modified truck class.
Next on the line in the 10.5 hot stock class, Mark Culberson out of Jacksonville, New Brunswick. There's an awful lot of fog out of this old girl before she ever gets off the line. Let's see what that equates to. I believe there's something there that's not quite jiving. I'm not sure what it is, but When it comes to these pulling tractors, it could be something as simple as an exhaust leak, because if the exhaust is leaking underneath the hood, it'll funnel the exhaust right back into the intake. And I'll tell you something, you cannot build any power off of fuel that's already been burnt. Unfortunately, Mark Culverson's machine not able to get a complete run here this evening. We're going to take the fellow that's next on the line, and that's going to be Jeff Wood from Mount Tryon, Prince Edward Island. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for Mark Culverson from Jacksonville, New Brunswick. We hate to see these guys come here and not get a pull out of their machine. We know it's disappointing for them, but we sure hope to see them again tomorrow and next year. And that's one fellow we sure do love seeing. Mark Culverson seems to be looking for horsepower around every corner, so sure would like to see Mark come out here and lay down a good hook here tomorrow evening. But with that being said, we've got our next tractor hooked on that Ironman sled. This is Jeff Wood from Mount Tryon, Prince Edward Island, on the 1973 1066 International, called the Backwoods Binder. That's a good hook. That's a good hook. Distance to beat was 300.01 feet. Just going to take a minute to revisit the distance on that hook, because it says 205, but I'm not feeling 205 feet. Maybe it is.
We're just waiting for track 1 drag to get set up for the 8,500-pound 4x4 diesel truck class. For those of you who have not seen that pull before, they put on a great show as well.
Next fellow coming onto the track in this 10,500-pound hot stock tractor class is going to be Glenn Mockler. Now, something that we've neglected to mention, this is Glenn Mockler's 20th year pulling. Maybe we can show him a little bit of love. Ladies and gentlemen, do we have any Glenn Mockler fans in the crowd here tonight? 20 years. 20 years, that's a lot of commitment. And I bet you he'd like to have back every dollar he spent because it'd be a pile of money. But I'll tell you what, that man right there has had a pile of fun. Distance to beat, 300.01 feet set by Jason Webster. On the track right now is Glenn Muckler out of New Denmark, New Brunswick. 20 years, let's see what it equates to.
Could I ask Scott Seeley to come down to the announcer's booth, please? Scott Seeley, please come to the announcer's booth.
271.03 feet, that hook for Glenn Muckler. And that will be the final 10,500 pound hot stock tractor.
It hasn't been a good day.
Ladies and gentlemen, riding down in front of the grandstands right now, I'm telling you, we've got two of the most well-built, beautiful machines you're ever gonna see. Right here, I'm gonna go ahead and assume, but without even looking at the registration sheet, that this is Jameson Lagrange behind the wheel of the High Rollin' Deer. 10,000 pound pro stock tractor, 8345R, 680 cubic inches, I believe 5-inch on the intake side, turbocharger.
Could I ask Claudine to come to the announcer's booth, please? Would Claudine please come to the announcer's booth? Over here on track one, Luke Kearney from Bridgewater, Maine, driving a 2002 Dodge Ram. He calls this the Red Truck. Owned by High Horsepower Motorsports. Luke Kearney from Bridgewater, Maine.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what do you think about these two beautiful 10,000-pound Pro Stock tractors? Can we please have Claudine from ASTTQ at the registration stand, please?
Over here at track number 1, Luke Carney from Bridgewater, getting ready to pull the red truck. Great pull by Luke on the 2002 Dodge Ram.
Okay, I need to take a minute. Don't walk away. You're not getting away from me. I've got some news. It's hot off the press. The 2005 Woodstock Truck and Tractor Power Pull. What did I say? What did I say? Oh yeah, 2005. Okay, 2025 Woodstock Truck and Tractor Power Pull is a go, and it's all thanks to my good friend here, Graham Briggs. And let me tell you, we definitely appreciate all the hard work you put in. So that is the official news. It's hot off the press. The 2025 Truck and Tractor Power Pull in Woodstock is going to be a go in 2 weeks' time. And what are the dates for that? July 11th and 12th in Woodstock, New Brunswick. Make sure you're there, support your local pullers, and support Graham Briggs and the Old Home Week Committee, of course. And Scott Seeley. Scott works it. Scott works it.
Over on track number 1 is Dennis Hogan. He is driving the Red Devil, a 1996 Dodge Ram 2500. That's Dennis Hogan on the Red Devil.
Just want to note for everybody watching down there on the end of the track, we will not be starting the 10,000-pound Pro Stock tractor class until everybody is clear back behind the end of the Jersey barriers. Please, everybody, come this way. You cannot be ahead of where the Jersey barriers are placed. So please move back. We won't be pulling the big pro stocks if that doesn't happen. And once again, I want to remind everybody, this is not the only event that the Western Valley Multiplex is going to be putting on inside the Horseshoe this year. We're going to be right back here September 5th and 6th for the first ever lawnmower races inside the Western Valley Multiplex on a fully built track. So come on back September 5th and 6th. We're going to have all kinds of fun, enjoying a little bit of a different motorsport.
Over in track 1 once again is Dennis Hogan on the Red Devil. Up next on track number 1 in the 8,500-pound four-wheel drive diesel class is Maximum Breton from St. Vallier, Quebec. He is driving the Rock Train, a Dodge Ram 2500. That's Maximum Breton from St. Vallier, Quebec.
Do just want to remind everybody, or let everybody know, we have a result from the 10,500-pound hot stock tractor class. In first place, Jason Webster. In second place, Jeff Wood. In third place, Glenn Mockler. And in fourth place, Mark Culberson. So that is the official results for our 10,500-pound hot stock tractor class.
Just one more announcement as track number 1 gets hooked up. If you are not behind a jersey barrier down by the pits, we will not be pulling this Pro Stock class. If you are not behind a jersey barrier, we will not be pulling this class. Please, for your own safety and the safety of the drivers, come up to the grandstands or move away from the barrier. Thank you.
All right. Anybody that's out past the barrier, you got to be in behind the barrier. We cannot have anybody besides qualified, certified. Yeah, all of you on the bar side, you got to move in back behind the barrier if we want to keep this show rolling here.
That weight hit hard for Maxim Breton from St. Vallier, Quebec.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the that are beyond the jersey barriers, on the bar side, we gotta have you back behind the line of the jersey barriers. We see us down there. And if you don't listen, I'm gonna stick Chayla and Amy on you. And I'm telling you, you gonna regret it. So.
In this 8,500-pound 4x4 diesel class, so far, Luke Carney's in first place with a pull of 280 feet. Second place so far is Maximum Breton with 249, followed by Dennis Hogan at 243. Hooking up to the drag on track one is Alan McDonald. 2002 Ford F-350 called Black Sheep Peg Leg 2. That's Alex McDonald. Black Sheep Peg Leg 2. One thing to note, Alex wanted me to say this beauty is for sale. If anyone would want to get in a truck pulling, go see Alan. This truck will be for sale. Here's Alan McDonald on the Black Sheep Peg Leg 2. Allen's pull was 234.1 feet for Alan McDonald. Next up on track number 1, the final entry of the day is Luke Kearney again with a second entry from Bridgewater, Maine. It's a 2004 Dodge Ram 3500 sponsored by High Horsepower Motorsports. It's Luke Kearney from Bridgewater, Maine on the black truck.
Are you guys having a good time here in Centreville tonight? Oh, come on, you can make me a little more noise than that. Are you guys having a good time here in Centreville tonight? Hell yeah!
One thing we want to remind all you people out there, if you are enjoying yourself tonight, please drive responsibly. We do have some shuttle services available. If you need a ride home safely, come see us at the announcer's booth. It's not worth the risk.
We've got that Iron Man sled backed into the place, and we're getting ready to send down the track two NTPA quality 10,000 pound pro stock tractors. Oh, listen to that. As you can see, dear old dad, Steve Lagrange, got to keep feeding it the ether just to keep it running.
That was a solid pull there for Luke Kearney in Bridgewater, Maine.
On the track now, over on track two, we have Jameson Lagrange. This is a 8345R John Deere called the High Rollin' Deer. And I can sense a little bit of competition here. Team green, team red. Ladies and gentlemen, do we have any Jameson Lagrange fans in the house here tonight? Woo! This is gonna be good. A couple last-minute words of wisdom from dear old dad, Steve Lagrange, but behind the wheel, Jameson Lagrange. This is an 8345R John Deere called the High Rollin' Deer. Holy smokes, we even got a fireworks show! Unbelievable! Unfriggin' believable! I'm telling you, you couldn't punch the smile off my face right now. You couldn't do it. Hit me as hard as you can, Lee. You can't do it. You couldn't punch the smile off my face.
That is called adrenaline. I think they ran out of track. What do you think?
I think they run out of track. I think if they had the option, they'd have taken that sled clear to Tyler Howe's house. That's what I think.
Would have they stopped at the border?
I don't think so. I think it'd have blown right through her. On their way to the next NTPA hook. Unreal.
Well, we're waiting for track 2, second entry. I wanted to say on track 1 in the 8,500-pound class, Luke Carney won with the black Dodge, 289 feet. Second place was also Luke Carney with the red Dodge at 280 feet. Third place was Maximum Britain at 249. Fourth was Dennis Hogan at 243. Fifth was Alan McDonald at 234.
345 feet even. 345. That's the distance to beat here in Centreville tonight. The man sitting on the tractor that's got the only shot of doing it is Chance McGrath from right here in Centreville, New Brunswick.
We want to make one announcement here, folks. Tomorrow's weather's looking iffy, but we're going to be pulling. I'd like to ask if we could have any volunteers right after this last tractor to help us tarp this track to prolong it for pulling tomorrow. So if you're an able-bodied person and would like to come down and meet us and help us tarp this track, it would be appreciated.
Now, a little backstory about this tractor. This tractor used to be a Case IH 335 Magnum. Over the winter, got a little bit of a makeover by a little place called Chaos Fabrication. Now, the thing I'm going to tell you about this team called Chaos is that they do not mess around when it comes to truck and tractor pulling. They only take customers that want to be number one. And this tractor right here wants to be number one. This tractor is now a 405 Magnum Case IH. Chaos Fabrication built top to bottom. This tractor, before it was rebuilt, we gotta have people behind the Jersey barriers before he hooks. Get behind the Jersey barriers or we can't pull them. this tractor last fall in a little place called Bowling Green, Ohio. That is what most people refer to as Pull Town, USA. Took home a win against, I believe, 47 of the best pro stocks in North America. This tractor took home a win. Now, it has been fully rebuilt since then, but that just means it should have all the more horsepower. Ladies and gentlemen, do we have any Chance McGrath fans in the crowd tonight? Woo! Let's make a little noise for them. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, he's got the chain pulled tight on that Iron Man sled. Distance to beat set by Jameson Lagrange on the high rolling deer, 345 feet. It is my pleasure to present to you from right here in Lower Knoxford, New Brunswick, or Centreville, New Brunswick, Chance McGrath with the 405 Magnum called Last Chance 2. I think I know what just happened. I believe these tractors have two holes that you can put the hook into, and there's an upper hole and a lower hole. And if you put the chain in the upper hole, no, the lower hole, the upper hole puts more pressure on the rear tires, which is where everybody runs their chain. The lower hole just tries to pull straight forward, which isn't very good for pulling distance. You're just gonna sit there and spin, which I believe is what you just seen. I think all that's going on here right now, they're just trying to find a good, hard spot in the track to start off of. Because as you can see, the spot that he was in was a little bit too loose there and just couldn't gain any traction, but I could be wrong. But Chance wants to see, he wants to put on a show for the hometown crowd here tonight. And it looks like they're going to hook the sled from right there, because where it was sitting, it kind of sunk down into a hole. But the good news about that is that we've got laser scanning, which means when that sled is sitting where it's going to start, it's zeroed out. So there's no way the laser can scan the distance of that sled to the millimeter. So they can move that sled 100 feet up the track, but they can tell you once you start pulling exactly what the measurement is that it moved. One more thing that I will tell you is that at this point, that tractor has been running a very long time, and I can tell you for a fact, it does not have any coolant in it. All right. Holy smokes. I'm going to tell you right now, the man in the seat of that tractor, he wanted to put on a show for you folks. 319.06 feet. That means that Jamison Lagrange goes home with the W tonight. Team Green. But I can tell you one thing, he won't get him next time. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we are still pulling the four-wheel drive modified trucks over on track 1. So don't run away just yet. But that is the completion of the program for track 2 for this evening. We're going to pick things back up tomorrow afternoon. First truck on the line over on track 1 is going to be driven by Aidan Fulmore out of Antigonish, Nova Scotia. I'm going to tell you right now, these four-wheel drive trucks put on one heck of a show.
Okay, over here in track 1, 6,200-pound two-wheel drive modified. Adrian Fulmore from Antigonish, Nova Scotia, driving Highland Pride 2010 Chevy. Once again, Adrian Fulmore from Antigonish.
If you are the winner of a class here this evening, please come on up and grab your money. Right now, please, if you've won a class here tonight, or you believe you got a check, come on up and grab it at the registration stand. I believe we're still waiting on some four-wheel drive modifieds to come and line up. I think we've still got more to pull.
That last pull by Adrian Fulmore was 257.1 feet.
Can we please get Isabel Cooper to the registration stand, please? Or if you're very close to her, Isabel Cooper, or somebody that knows her very, very well, come to the registration stand, please. That's got to be her.
Looks like on track number 1, we're waiting for Carl McKay, Eddie Baird, Dylan Parker, Steve Theriault, and Liam Fulmore. That's once again on track number 1 on this four-wheel drive class. Nice to see some sponsors in the house here. We have Justin Stewart from Straight Line Masonry. Justin, how was this evening?
Just excellent.
And Carrie, how's the real estate game? Carrie Culverson from Exit Realty. Nice to see the local sponsors here enjoying this event. Up next here on track number 1 is Carl McGay, from Upper Stewiacke, Nova Scotia. Running a 1984 Ford F-150. He's been pulling this truck for five years now. It's Carl McKay from Upper Stewiacke, Nova Scotia. That was a nice pull there by Carl McKay. Distance to beats 257. 267.08. We have a new class leader. Folks, if you're wondering why these four-wheel drive trucks are a little slow to get to the line, they're very, very difficult to turn. So they've decided to back them in via their tow vehicles, hook them on, and just in a second we'll be off to the races again. Hooking on the line over there in track 1. It's Eddie Baird from Auburn PEI with a Dodge and Dirt. It's a 2002 Dodge. Sponsors for this truck are Arsenault Cylinderheads and Move All Structures. The Bard family bowling team is the owner of this Dodge and Dirt. Good solid hook for Eddie Baird. Distance to beat was 267. He's a little short, but he's stuck at 252.04 from Eddie Baird, Auburn PEI. And as we get this track ready for the next puller, Logan and Dylan Parker from Mid-Miss, Nova Scotia. This is a brand new truck this year. This truck had a little mishap last year in a traffic accident. They spent the winter rebuilding it better than ever. And they're gonna show us here in Centreville just how far down the track it'll go. Tonight, Dylan Parker is going to be driving. Captain Morgan 2. 3, my apologies, this is 3. Let's get ready for Dylan Parker on the Captain Morgan 3. remember, distance to beat 267. 254.05. Just again shows how close this class always seems to be. Once again, I'd like to remind all able-bodied people to come down to the announcing stand after this class is done. Give us a hand laying this tarp down so we can prolong the pulling for tomorrow. Any able-bodied people that would love to help out, we'd sure appreciate it. Could I ask Colby Watson, if you were in the multiplex, to come to the announcer's booth? Colby Watson, please come to the announcer's booth. Once again, I'd like to remind everyone, hope you enjoyed yourself so far this evening. Please take the responsible measure to get home safely. If you are in a position where you don't feel safe to get home, please come to the announcer's booth. We can help arrange a safe way. Coming up on track number 1 is Steve Theriault from Fort Kent, Maine. He is driving the Ground Pounder 2020 Ford Raptor. Once again, Steve Theriault from Fort Kent, Maine in the Ground Pounder. Just a thing to note, this is Steve's 30th year pulling tractors or trucks. Nice to see the experience still out on that track, doing what they love to do. Steve's sponsor of this truck is T&T Road Company. Distance to beat was 267. We'll see how close Steve came. 249.05. 249.05 for Steve Theriault. We got Aiden Fillmore. He's going to re-pull. Remember, he pulled first in this class, did not accept his hook, and he has the eligibility to try it again.
Just don't want everybody to forget the 50-50s up over $12,000. Make sure you're grabbing your 50-50 tickets. When you come back tomorrow, I'm sure you can get some more in person. If you'd like to get some right now, you can go to rafflebox.ca, or you can scan the QR code on that screen right there, and that will take you to rafflebox.ca. Look for the Centreville Truck and Tractor Power Pole and get your hands on some 50-50 tickets. I believe we are waiting on one more truck in this four-wheel drive modified class, Aiden Fulmore, out of Antigonish, Nova Scotia. Just want to say one thing about these Nova Scotians. They, for the first time in a long time, have their very own MTTPA hook on the calendar. I believe it's at the end of August. I'd have to double check that, just standing here. But it is a well-deserved hook. That's going to be in Antigonish, Nova Scotia. You can go to the Maritime Truck and Tractor Pulling Association Facebook page and get the dates for that hook. But I will say one thing about these Nova Scotians. They put on a huge part of our show, and we love them coming up here to Centreville. And I still think they make the most noise out of all the fans. The Nova Scotians are the most supportive. Can we please get Ryan Jensen to the announcer stand, please? That's Ryan Jensen to the announcer stand.
Up here at track number 1, the repull for Aidan Fulmore from Antigonish, Nova Scotia. He is pulling Highland Pride, a 2010 Chevy. Aiden's distance to beat is 2:67.05, held by Carl McKay. Let's just see what this Chevy can bring to the table tonight here at the Centreville Multiplex. We're just waiting on that last pull length for 8. $269.04 feet. That should put him in first place and take the win home tonight in this four-wheel drive modified class. Sometimes it pays to take the rehook. So your final standings at first place, Aiden Fillmore, 269.04. Second, Carl McKay, 267.08. Third, Dylan Parker, 252.05. Fourth, Eddie Baird, 252.04. And in fifth place is Steve Terrio at 249.05.
We want to thank everybody for coming out to Centreville for day one of the 2025 Centreville Truck and Tractor Power Pull. Please like and follow the Centreville Truck and Tractor Pull Facebook page. That is where you are going to get the quickest and most reliable information in regards to truck and tractor pulling tomorrow. We realize that there's weather on the way. As of right now, plan on being here for a 1 o'clock start tomorrow afternoon because we're going to run things right on schedule. But follow the Centreville Truck and Tractor Pull Facebook page for the most recent and most up-to-date and most reliable information in regards to whether or not we're going to hook here tomorrow afternoon. Thank you. Everybody have a great evening and drive safe.